มาทายผลกันยังเอาเรื่องโอเซน20ค่ะ
in back-to-back seasons, and maybe after making their first international at March, make it all the way to champions, despite whether they, not necessarily got Frost at the
anymore,
there is still a lot of potential on this entire squad, a lot of good ideas, and I still think they have a really good shot of making it happen.
ล็อกผลเนี่ยเมื่อคืนใครถูก2คู่บ้าง
Yeah, I mean, look, we heard it from Platoon. He said even without the drama, this would be a great game. They've screamed each other a lot.
เมื่อคืนผมถูก2คู่ช่วงนี้ผมถูกยับเลยว่ะนี่อ่ะไม่อยากจะโชว์สถิติตัวเองโถ่เลยเข้าไปดูดิสคอร์ดได้เลย
as they do about us. So I love these kind of series where everybody has this information. You see the anti-strike
สถิติบ้าจัด
you see it get personal there in the server, but for this Full Sense roster, they had a great week 1 here in stage 2, beating Nongshim Red Force. Can they look to carry that momentum forward today? Both of these teams want to be in Shanghai, want to be in champs, and those champs points are all important here in the group stage.
You talk about the 2-point swing a lot, and I think this is a perfect example of it. These two teams are in direct competition.
สวัสดีครับ
Another to go
หัวแถวใช่ไหมหัวแถว
so being able to take a point away from one of your
มัน
competitors
ตกอี
and
ไฟ
get it
ต้อง
for
ติดดิ
yourself,
รออะไร
it might end up being the difference maker. We've seen, ex-Talon teams coached by Frost not even make it through on points, but make it through on a head-to-head before. It can come down to 1 point at the end of the year sometimes.
That's right, and this is the last chance for you guys to get your Pacific bundles from your favorite teams. Support all your teams here. Global Esports again, huge comeuppance here this year under Frost, but honestly, he's commended these players. He thinks these players are very talented, but he's also said the same about Full Sense. So I think this is why we're all so excited. Not only is there a little bit of drama, these teams are good.
Oh, very much so. I think that's what makes this really exciting for me. Yes, coaching is important. I firmly believe that, but ultimately there's 10 players on the server that have to fight it out.
สูต
So
รประการฝนตก
really,
หนัก
I
พี่เอ๋ย
believe
ไม่มา
this
พี่เอ๋ย
roster is
พี่เอ๋ย
so
ไป
stacked.
ดูที่งาน
We
ครับ
know that
วันนี้
they've
ผม
been
ดู
able
คน
to
เดียว
beat
นะ
Full
เหงา
Sense in the past. So this head-to-head could not be any closer.
ๆตอนนี้ผม
In
มี
my
แผน
mind,
จะ
we have
ทำ
the
Discord
able
ใหม่นะครับ
to
สำหรับ
Full Sense.
ซับสไครต์ของเราอะ
No changes
สำหรับ
from
ส
what we
มาชิก
expect
เรา
to bring me back on that jet, but for global,
เดี๋ยวจะมีพวก
they
ระ
got
บบ
old
อะไร
school,
ให้เล่น
bringing out
เยอะ
Yoru.
ๆขึ้น
Yeah,
นะ
I
ครับ
think stylistically it's the same comp here, but it
ขอบ
seems
คุณ
like
เมโล
Self
อ้ำ
is
นะ
gonna
ครับผม
actually be playing a cipher here
น่าจะอ่านว่า
instead of
อ้ำ
the
นะ
Killjoy.
ขอบ
So
คุณ
that's
นะ
one
ครับ
of the
สำหรับ
main
สมาชิก
things
นะครับ
I'm seeing for Full Sense. That's really more of a stylistic adjustment, maybe swapping out the Sentinel. It's something that we have seen teams coached by Frost do in the past as well. For GE, they have also made some changes since the last time they played this comp in Pacific, but also in the off-season, they're one of these teams that actually with the Yoru getting tweaked back and maybe getting a minor buff, it seems like there's some potential there. There's some play.
ถ้าพี่เอ๋ยเห็นนี่ไม่ถูกใจนะโยรุเนี่ยพี่เอ๋ยเห็นนี่คือกำหมัด
playing it as a solo duelist. Yudatan, the last game that he played the Jet on this map, it was actually their qualification game for EWC up against Nongshim, and they looked pretty comfortable playing a very similar comp to this. So moving in the Yoru over the Phoenix, it's a choice that a lot of people are considering at the moment. We'll see how that works out for GE.
I know there's going to be a lot of mind games happening today. They were going to try to outbrain, big brain each other. We'll just have to wait and see as we go into the very first map of this matchup. Quack and Jordan, how's your GE fighting anthem singing abilities?
Take it away, Quack. Take it away.
GE fighting Do you actually believe that though? Because look, I've got to say I'm actually a little bit shocked that everybody has gone the way of Full Sense on the predictions. Have we like collectively tried to cast a curse Full Sense here, and we're actually trying to do a good thing for GE? Because it doesn't seem that one-sided to me on paper.
Like what the desk said, I do believe it is kind of 40-60% maybe,
right.
But you never quite know. I mean, although Morgan was kind of talking about how GE, you know, it's the anti-stratting that makes them strong, right? But I feel like there's also a slight chance that kind of works out for GE as well, because then they do, like what Platoon said, basically, they do know how Frost thinks, how he operates with the team,
right.
And you kind of have already seen a little bit more. Meanwhile, you don't really know what GE might bring today. Either way, though, I do think whoever takes this first map will dictate how the rest of it could go.
Well, I agree. I think this is probably the match that everybody has been looking forward to for Split 2. So hopefully everybody has tuned up. GE fans, Full Sense fans, neutrals.
ไปครับลุยครับ
This will be a gigabanger as we jump into map 1 of week 2 of VCT Pacific Split 2.
ขอบคุณพี่มิลาเซียนะครับสำหรับ23 เดือนนี้พี่เกมวิดวิในช่องนี้
Specific.
ขอบคุณน้องบีซินด้วยนะครับสำหรับ
GE
13
Full
เดือน
Sense.
นะครับขอบคุณครับ
I think
ขอบ
it's going to
สวัส
be
ดีทุก
awesome.
คนอีกครั้งนะครับเป็นทางการเลย
Morgan, I think really summed it up nicely in saying that, you know, both these teams very good teams. You've
แล้ว
got
อุด้งเป็น
10
เจ็ต
really fantastic
ท่านเป็น
players
เจ็ต
in this lineup, and obviously, you know, they know each other well. They've played against each other numerous times, so I think this one's going to be an awesome match.
นี่มันกด submit ใส่เรา
Let's
อะ
get things
เดี๋ยวจะ
going
เชื่อ
as
ปะ
well. I mean, that's kind of already touched on it a little. Yoru is definitely kind of a
เอาวะมีไลน์อัพ
peculiar pick given the
Yeah.
current meta, but they probably have their own setups as well. You can already see Full Sense playing it safe though.
แล้วดีฟอลไปก่อน
What do you think
ไป
this Euro pick is about? You know, is it just okay? We're going to try
แท็บ
and replace
แท็บไซเฟอร์ B
the
อย่างเงี้ยจบ
Phoenix,
A แล้ว
get a little bit of extra util coming through.
I think it's just what works to G's strengths. We do know Yudotan has the ability to go mobile. He can also play the op at times. Meanwhile, Autumn, you know, having
อย่าไป
played
เข้า
Chamber
ค่าย
and
กล
things
มัน
like that, this just works out very neatly if he can actually get on that op also. So taking this pistol would be huge for either side. You know, you can't forget about Jit Boys
เนี่ยมัน
and
จะซัด
Prinny.
เลยเนี่ยไม่
Round
เจอ
3, run it back, always big.
I'm already liking the move that I've seen there from GE. They just have
เข้าเลยครับ
a cursory look into middle. Don't see too much, so they're kind of already on the rotate over to A. Yes, they have given up the site. Full Sense in there, happy to take it and get the plant for free.
แล้ว
But GE
ถ่ายเป็น
fast
คนละ
on
ค
the
รึ่งชีวิต
rotate as well.
Yeah, a little bit of damage through the door. So gotta watch out for your
เฮ้ยแม่งยิงทะลุโดนอีก
Ooh.
The fuck
Share of shots from Yudotan. Now Full Sense are kind of pinned down on site. Cruz is playing off site, and he's the only one.
Cruz might be the one that does have to come into play late to win this round. GE starting to make their way forward. The spam from Yudotan does catch Prim as he tries to work his way out of that smoke, and the rest of the dominoes will fall. GE reigns supreme in the pistol round to start this series.
Yikers. Yeah,
Wasn't even close, was it?
not really. As soon as that little bit of damage went through the doors, had players slow HP pinned down on site with less util. This was always going to be GE. I mean, they were just set up. You talked about that cursory glance, and that kind of lets you know how they intend to work around, for this half at least, where they're on defense. Reactive plays, just, you know, coasting through. We'll see what Full Sense does. We react in kind. At the same time, though, I mean, I just do feel like, how is there not more drama now? Has it all just petered out at this point? I want to talk about the walkout. They weren't even looking Frost in the eye, man.
Yeah, but we did get the fist bump.
We got the
We did get the fist bump, so the beef isn't as bad as it was with Termi. Is there even beef? I don't know. Maybe it's overdone.
Maybe. Well, see how it continues to play out for now. Full Sense know that they are on the back foot, so just trying to play up the orbs as much as possible, but also diving in.
นี่อ่ะ
Diving on
ทิ
the
มไป
spam
ก่อ
there
น
from Crystal, but recovered nicely. Gets
เฮ้ย
the
ได้เล่น
2K.
ได้เล่นอย่างงี้
Autumn
แต่ไม่มีปืน
chiming in with one as well. Should be enough to hold on to this round for GE. Patman goes low, but still wins his duel.
โอ้เราซัดเลยครับ
3-on-1 for Kalua. And he's only got that ghost in hand, so not exactly the firepower to win this round, but
ถ้าคัด
it's a
ด้วย
decent
โกดนะ
result for Full Sense
เอา
anyway.
โกดไปเลย
Get a plant, get a couple of kills. If he can maybe find one more here, particularly onto Patman, who is low, if he can sort of isolate that duel, then this would be a pretty expensive round for GE. Not going to happen. 3 guns go through, GE take the round, and I think both teams can walk away from that one reasonably happy.
Yeah, pretty big guns as
ว่าตาม
well.
โควต้าไป
Rifles, well, at least the Bulldog and the Outlaw. So pretty much either way still comfortable, and this is where you start to put a bit more of a spotlight onto Full Sense. Take a look at how they're going to play their side of things once they get into that full buy. I mean, this is where I get a bit concerned as well, Elfish. I mean, last week, Full Sense against Nongshim, 13-8. Remember that one round against Francis?
Yeah.
Frost was just pissed the hell off.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was not a great round. I will give you that. Francis Ace needed to be traded down a little better than he was.
It was like a 2v4 or 5 or something.
2v, well, it had to be 5, right?
Yeah,
he got the ace, so.
But okay, we'll start things off slow as well. Trips outside.
It is early days, right? So to sort of see what Full Sense is going to bring to the table here as well. Heavy conversation, of course, around Primi over on the deadlock last week. I don't think he necessarily had his best performance, so back on the comfort territory of the Jet.
Ooh.
Jit Boys was a real standout last week as well, I thought. So
yeah,
Full Sense have definitely got the pieces of the puzzle that they need to contest with GE today.
That's why I've got him on my build div. But then again, who knows? Apparently just putting them in alphabetical order gets you a win. But right now, there's always the factor of that Yoru in as well. The clone going out short, so I don't quite know. Just sending a secondary team to poke around short a little. If Jit Boys gets one more kill, that's run it back, and they can always just send it in a split.
Another walk into the A side by the looks of things. But this time, GE have some defenses set up. Autumn being one of those, Crystal the other, not having too much success, but to be fair, did only have a Sheriff in hand. This push though from Sephiroth
เจอน้องฟาสไปดิ
is going to be the difference maker, and Full Sense this time.
เนี่ย
well
ไอ้ซา
and
วี
truly
ไม่
on
ใช้
top
ขอ
of
ง
the
แบบ
round.
what the fuck
Yeah, the next Prince of Thailand, meant to be the upcoming IGL if and when Cruz departs.
ไม่ใช้ช็อกดา
And
แต่ละ
he's
ลูก
already
นี่
making his own moves right now. This is such a great hold from Full Sense. G are going to have to try to take down a couple more players if they are to take this round away, but it's not likely.
Gonna have a crack for sure. Cruz tucked in the corner will grab an easy freebie onto Patman, and Udotan has gone for the scenic route back into A main.
Now he's smoked off.
He's picked up a Phantom.
Uh-oh. Oh, they're going to let him live. Yeah, I guess why not? The team's going to be working off of not the best eco anyway. But otherwise, everything's fine and dandy still. Just standard proceedings. It's all about the slow build here in this current matchup. I was hoping for things to be a little bit more explosive, but right off the get-go, it's just a little bit of pokes around. They spotted the clone going out of short. They come in with 3. Jit Boys as a secondary split push as well. And at this point, it's all eyes on GE2 to see if they can wrangle that momentum back. Autumn 1 away from dimensional drift. So perhaps looking to get something done towards middle.
That's going to be a big round here for GE to see if they can hold onto the momentum. So I think it'll be a good time for us to listen in and see what GE is doing to put together this round.
Here.
Camera. I broke camera. Just playing slow, dude.
They didn't know him yet, they didn't know him.
Cypher B.
One stop mid, guys.
Kali, when they dash side, he will flash here.
Everyone make young one, they might retake you. They flash me, guys. Maybe fake. I cannot kill it. I'll get info, bro. Fake. It's only Cypher. Watch out.
Pushing me.
They push out in one. Yes.
Good.
Two women.
On their way into that B site, there's the lurk over towards A as well. Primi just gets deleted by his counterpart, and it's not gone well for Full Sense as they have kind of just tried a contact play on both sides of the map, and neither of those contacts goes well
คิ
for
ตัน
them.
แม่งซื้อถูกไซ
So
ด์
now they're going to have to try and creep their way back out to B, see if maybe Cruz can find this pick in middle onto Autumn.
Don't think so, though. He might have made a drop.
He made noise for sure. Autumn prepared for it, but can't win the duel.
เจอเช็ค
Cruz just getting that peak
นี่ยาว
advantage, and
เป็น
Jit
เรื่อง
Boys
ครับได้เล่นเฉย
B site now. Full Sense starting to put it together. Let's see if Harvey can hold on. Patman on his way across to try to reinforce, but doesn't want to overface the angle and will inevitably, you'd think, be getting smoked off here by Cruz.
Running out of time, too.
Yeah, 10 seconds. They're going to have to make something happen here, but Harvey's still in the back of sight. Surely this can't go well. Full Sense, the time pressure could be too much. Patman just has to peek and deny the
ส
plan,
วยครับ
but he can't
พี่
survive.
ทีมว่ะเชี่ยพี่ทีมโหด
And
จัด
so Full Sense put together an extremely unorthodox
เชี่ย
round.
เจอพี่ทีมไปที
Definitely feels odd.
เป็นไง
And GE actually did well to withstand the initial hits too. You could hear it in the team comms. They knew that it was a fake. They were clearing out all the initial
3v5 ไปดิ
intel gathering utility, breaking out the drones, breaking out the cameras. But as soon as the hit comes in, right, not out of the woods yet. Full sense players like Jit Boys, even though they're out with the run it back, they can still regress. A couple players going down, but they still manage to find the trades. They push in. Cruz gets that last shot at the end, and that's the biggest difference maker.
I mean, these clutch rounds could actually really be a big differentiating factor between these two teams. I expect it to be a pretty close match on paper, and a lot of those kinds of matches do, in the end, get decided by which of your teams has any individual step up in any given moment. So, there's one already
สุดท้ายละ
for Full Sense. Patman pulling a kill back onto Jit Boys, though. Start to raise a bit of a question around how this anti-eco might go.
I just don't expect them to be pushing out a main like that. But still, Outlaw is always going to be a big anti-eco weapon depending on where and how Primy's positioned. Looks like they might just leave him off on an insert towards short, see what he can get done. They do
ใคร
know
แท้ด้ว
that
ย
Autumn
เฮ้ยเอา
tends
ไป
to
ก่อ
be
น
the
ครับ
player
นี่ไง
around
แพทเมน
short. They've done well to eliminate Pat, who went into line with the TP. And there it goes. Numbers brought back to Full Sense. They can have their choice pick now, but the spike dropped.
Autumn knows he's got Cruz stuck between a rock and a hard place. That Cloudburst will not keep him alive, but he's still done enough to bring this round maybe back into contention. Good recovery from Primy after a missed initial shot. Crystal's position noted now as well. Did prompt out that neural theft, so a little bit of you know, I guess investment from Full Sense in this round, which they maybe would have otherwise liked to have held on to.
Perhaps. But I guess better to play it safe anyway. At this point now, as long as they don't
อันโดน
give
นัด
up
เดียว
the
นะ
1v1s to
เพิ่งรีบ
Crystal.
พีกอะ
He's the type of guy that can clutch these. He
โอเค
does have the clutch gene. We saw that last split. We've heard the conversations around it. See if he can do it again this time. Had no idea where Full Sense was set up. And so it will be a relatively easy finish to what was actually a pretty difficult round for Full Sense. 3-2. They're starting to edge their way in front.
Yeah, played it safe. I mean, you kind of knew they were on side anyways,
อุ้ย
but
วิธีม
Full
คม
Sense
จัด
played it incredibly well. Just down to all the individual trades. It does come close for
ให้
sure.
น้องกล้องมัน
Cruz
เดิน
had
มา
not
บู
picked
บู
up
บีไม่รู้เรื่อง
just a bit
โดนเป็น
more
เบ็ด
Primy coming back in to bail out some of his
น่าสงสาร
teammates. This round could have gone differently, but it's good to see Full Sense back in this sort of form where even though like some of the initial picks don't go their way, they're able to bring things back. But here comes the big problem, the op in Autumn's hands.
Yep. This is what we were really waiting for, and this was part of the reason that you sort of highlighted. Maybe this is why they picked the Yoru. Autumn, as we know, very flexible player. He likes to sort of do it any which way. It might not be required this time around, though, because the rifles are getting it done. Patman Yudotan, who, by the way, fancy footwork, gets himself out of that Hunter's Fury. 2 for 1 to start things off. Harvey wants to fight for middle. He's got the backup there of Autumn as well. But like I said, it's all about the rifles in this round for GE. And Cruz, I don't think he's holding on against an onslaught like that one. So GE respond back immediately and keep the score
นี่
even.
ดีก็ก้าวไปเลย
Incredibly tight as well. As soon as they saw an opportunity, GE pounced on it.
อันนี้เขาเรียกว่ารีเซ็ต
Immediately with a
รีเซ็ตการเงิน
peek out of middle, they get information. It kind of forces Full Sense to apply the pressure out towards short.
โอ้โหสาวิม
Harvey,
คม
by the way, those shots are clean.
He jiggles around the corner as well to allow for Crystal to swing off of his contact. Like, this is amazing stuff. And Full Sense just didn't really have an escape route. They didn't really have a mid-routing option in that round.
5 ultis online here for GE as well, so they're coming into this round ready for a scrap.
Gonna drag Full Sense into the parking lot. We'll see what gets done, though. I mean, immediately with the Blade Storm, and G will be happy, more than happy, to play off the back foot. They can always go in for retakes, which is why you can see a lot of the players are positioned rather defensively right now. They just want to see what Full Sense tries to poke around. Full Sense, you know, they're kind of committing into this round, but so far, not fishing up anything.
Yeah, I would say it's a bit more of a default here from
ลูกแมว
Full Sense thus far. Keeping a bit of an eye.
It's going to cost them more resources to
Well,
clear
John.
out, though, and the op in hand. Ooh, that's a big tag.
Get a bit of info as well that B main position has been taken by Full Sense. It wouldn't really be much of a surprise to GE, to be fair.
I mean, what
As
do you
if he
do
lost
here? Like
Sark
Cosmic Divide, block off market, just get the entry in. But Crystal's backside.
That's a nice line to be on for Autumn. Very safe. Even if he misses a shot, he should be able to just duck back behind that wall. Cosmic Divide, though, is going to cut him off. So he has to choose whether or not he wants to play in front of it or not.
นี่ไง
In the end, it's Crystal that is kind of sacrificed to
เซ
this
ฟิลอส
round
กู
for
ซากอยู่แล้ว
GE.
ก็โดนธนูยิง
Full
ตายไป
sense
เลย
in the end. We'll get into the site. 4-on-4. They lost a player to that Hunter's Fury, but
It's okay.
plan's going to go down. You'll take that if you're Full Sense.
Pat's thinking about a lurk, but either way, once they get close enough, dimensional drift, the flash to come in. This is going to be big for GE.
Autumn looking for information. Hasn't seen too much just yet, trying to clear out B main, but everybody's on the site right now. GE fighting their way forward. Thanks to Harvey and Patman having quite a bit of success in doing so as well. And Kalua just swings back onto the line that Autumn was holding, and there's the two-piece with the op finally starting to get the opportunity. So GE pull off a really nice retake.
Yeah, like you mentioned right off from the get-go, they had those ults, they had every piece needed, so nice way to put themselves back in the lead. Autumn as well towards the end there, just truly answers the call of duty. That operator of his jumping out, swinging, picking every single frag that needs to be picked. And as well as mentioned, that the flash that comes in very nicely at the end as well. I mean, they recognize that off the dimensional drift, Full Sense is going to try and play front, and they just quickly dealt with that. So this is going to be now broken economy for Full Sense. It's going to be a tough way to dig themselves out of this hole because you're looking at a likely 5-3. G might even start to play at the front foot, which is exactly what Autumn's trying to do towards short right now. First deterred by the smoke initially, but Pat is on a line too.
Yeah, money not great for Full Sense in this round, so you've got the hero rifle in the hands of Kilua. Got that mid-control established very early on in the piece here. Full Sense can try and sort of force the issue a little bit earlier on in this round. I don't know about a swing into this setup though.
Flash. But it's two players on the other side.
Is that flash really going to catch Primi? I think he's maybe just safe enough from it, but we may not get the answer in the end. Full Sense
มันต้องเข้าทีเผลอช็อตหรือไม่ก็ต้องใช้พลานอยเข้า
Yeah, with the smoke as well, it forces G to disperse just a little. Ultimately, it's the contact to clear on market and short that matters quite a bit more for Full Sense, but now they're seeing there's nothing there. Might be tempted to waltz down.
Ooh, this
or
is
go all the way back from spawn?
Something. They are starting to telegraph it a little bit though with the smokes that they've put up, and Primi goes straight into Yudotan, who has a lot of work to do. Multiple players from multiple angles will overwhelm him. Still a 3-on-3 though. Full Sense I think will be pretty happy with that. The only issue is they're going to try and go into this A side, and Autumn is still there waiting for them. Sephiroth picked up by Crystal on the rotate as well, who in the end doubles down and pretty much secures the deal. So unless Cruz pulls off something, it's not really going to be much of a round for Full Sense in the end. GE get themselves to 5. There was a moment where that felt like it could shift, but in the end, clean stuff from GE to wrap that round up. 5-3. They're starting to get in control of this map now.
Well, yeah, Jordan, I have to agree. I feel like that was kind of as good as it could have gone. I feel like if GE did their homework from last week, remember against Nongshim, actually Full Sense did a very similar round where they went in all the way through the back of spawn, tried to set up some kind of a split push towards a single site. This was a variation of that, and I think GE very quickly recognized into it, which is why even though they lost initial contact with like Yudotan going down, everyone else starts to pivot back towards the tree position. And you can tell he's definitely ecstatic about it. The homework's paid off.
He's just so happy. I love it.
Yeah, it's working wonders for the team, isn't he? Alongside the rest of the coaching staff too. But now it's a lot of noise towards middle. Full Sense might have an opening from main. Worried about the smoke though, and that's what G is banking on.
Yeah, GE might have an opening from middle here. Yudotan spotting one, but not finding the kill. Still, it's pressure, and that is going to disrupt Full Sense a little bit. They're going to have to go back and re-clear middle before they try and do anything else, or at least respect the space that GE has taken.
You definitely need to. I mean, look at where Autumn's positioned as well. He's giving himself an escape plan with the gate crash.
ทำไมเราถึงต้องเล่นช้าหรือวะมันเป็นเพราะโยรุมัน
Haven't
เก่ง
done
แค่
too much towards B just yet.
Siaดูมันช็อกด่าดิ
They're going to try that now with Sephiroth, trying to extend a bit for the team. It's a fake push, and Autumn whiffs.
That was a tough shot to hit, to be fair. Jip Boys sent back by Harvey. not going to be a huge cause for concern for Full Sense as they are just kind of walking their way over
เจอ
into
ท่าน
B
กู
and
ใช้
Primi
สูตร
meanwhile
เอเจนต์
is on
007
the lurk, cutting off
แฝงเข้าไปใน
rotate, causing a ruckus. 1-for-1 will not be enough to defend. But there's a question here I was going to ask of Patman. His timing
นี่
not
ค่ะ
great in the
เจอ
end.
ท่านกูเป็น
Also
007ไอ้เหี้ย
picked up
แฝงเข้าไป
It's a case of poor timing for GE in this round. Full Sense getting the better of a couple of those duels. It's just Yudotan alive.
หมดครับ
Easing up for
แผน
Full
อะไร
Sense.
วะเนี่ยงงไปหมด
5
จี
to
บอก
4,
เฮ้ย
the
มึง
game
มาโผล่ตรงนี้ได้
remains
ไง
close.
And it just
Yeah.
keeps going. Oh, this is so good, Jordan. I mean, this is exactly what the desk was talking about. The counters, the antes, but it kind of goes back and forth, right? Because initially we saw, a couple of rounds ago where Full Sense tries to send a fake off of the run it back. G immediately recognized that. They thought that it was going to be the same thing. The one thing they didn't account for
จะเจอ
would
เฟ
be
ก
that
นี่ก็
Primi
งงเหมือนกันนะ
goes a little bit
จะเข้า
deeper
เอเข้าบีกันได้
than
วะ
they would have liked. Puts himself in an insert, catches Javi by the back, and everything just gets thrown into chaos from that point. Now they might have spotted Autumn from the one-way smoke as well.
He's going to look to fight.
โอ้
Get forced
เจ็บ
away by the molly. So space taken by Full Sense. There's 5 players over here. They're just going to commit to the A side. They recognize maybe there's a gap in the defense there, and they will be proven correct in that assumption. A side taken. 5-on-5 for the post plan.
Crystal still has lockdown though. That's the one thing Full Sense might need to respect.
เนี่ยมันมี
Ooh, Spike is planted in a rather
มันซัด
open
เลย
spot they can hold from main if they choose.
Whoa,
Oi,
Primi
Tan.
just gets out in front of it. He
Sweet,
doesn't
sweet.
care about your lockdown. Happy to take the fight before that time ticks on over and gives the advantage
So
to
much
Full
time.
Sense.
So many numbers too.
Oh, it's a full defense from A main though. Wonder if maybe these smokes are going to cause
Yeah.
enough of a ruckus. Patman
ยิงยิงอยู่สโมกไอ้เหี้ยสโมกเมนก็เฟลดูดิ
defense looking poor now. That defuse does start. Crystal is really relying on Harvey to get this job done alone. The smoke is not enough with the spam. Jip Boys collects the headshot.
แพนเมนลกจัด
Unfortunately for Harvey, you'd say this will be a little bit too much to do. He's hitting some good shots, but you're not getting past that. And that all comes from Primi pushing forward, taking the initiative, finding the 2-for-1 and unsettling Full Sense before
เป็นทู
that
มูมัน
retake.
ชื่ออะไรวะ
Unsettling GE before that retake can really begin.
Exactly that, isn't it? Oh my goodness. And now we're neck and neck again, Jordan. I mean, just see exactly how this whole round plays out and brings back to mind a lot of questions from stage 1, how GE used to operate. Yeah, last week we saw Full Sense maybe throw a couple of rounds against Nongshim, but GE is a team, we've seen these players sometimes crack under pressure. Like, composure was always a thing that Frost was talking about, and I wonder, now that the lead is somewhat brought back towards Full Sense, do we
ใคร
start to see that
จำ
happen
อิลัว
again?
ไอ
So
โซ่
far,
ด่าน
so
นี้ได้ปะ
good
สมัย
though.
ยูมิดอะ
Just continuing to control as much of the map as possible.
โคตรน้องกล้องอะ
Mid
Man-
is
man-
left
man-
open,
man len
however,
off
but
na-
Full
na
Sense
A,
hasn't
man
really
จะ
had
ไม่
the
ให้
luxury to explore that part of the map so far.
Yeah, forward hold from GE this
ที่
time
เดียวรู้
outside
ไม่
of
มีส
A.
ไนเลยจะเชื่อปะ
Thinking to push through the smokes.
I think if you've got 3 players dedicated to A, you do have to make a bit of a move. There's a sound cue the Full Sense are going to hear, and I wonder if that means they'll
โหแต่กลาง
look
โคตรน่า
to
เดิน
pick
อะ
the
ดูดิ
pace up over on
เฮ้ย
B.
กลางแม่งโล่งจัดอะ
I'm not sure how I feel about the B hold though. It's just Javi and Crystal, not much util. Maybe the Killjoy, a little nanoswarms and
Autumn's
turrets.
So 3 players on this site now. Jip Boys has got the runner back available. He's going to, again, be the one to try to gather a bit of information. He's trying to fake the site. In fact, remember, GE was so good at figuring that out last time, but this time they do not have the pieces in place to defend
วัน
this
นี้
A
ที
site.
เอสกับเอเทนอลไฟ
It's just Pat. So that's a free side, but he's still going to have a go.
Thai,
Pat
when he
wants to
Thai
take down the
TS
spike carrier.
30 seconds
This
left.
timing could prove imperative.
Oi, Tan.
Autumn's going to take the
Yeah, man,
initial
we don't
contact. This is
talk.
when Pat might start to think about having a look. He's got to be prepared for Sephiroth tucked in that corner. In the end, he just lets cooler heads prevail, and that will, in the end, be a bullet in the back of his head from Kalua, who doubles down, and Sephiroth is in there as well. Bladestorm out now for Yudotan to try to salvage the situation, and Kalua looking to do some damage as well with that Hunter's Fury. Jip Boys has found the timing window, but the shots are not there, and Yudotan comes up in a big way. Shock dart enough to push them off of the spike, but not enough to win the round.
เหลือจะเชื่อวินนี้
will claim another, and man, these rounds are tight.
It really is, but composure again. That's the theme of this fight. Both sides battling tooth and nail for every single round, but the one that puts the knife to the opponent's neck in this round would have to be GE. The way that Yudotan pounces on the opportunity. Although Autumn does well to hold and then the pivot back over onto the A site, It's down to this little play. The Hunter's Fury, he spots out Jitboy's trying to go for the swing, jumps and throws in a knife at his face. Down to the little clutch situation as well. Full Sense are starting to let the rounds go all the way towards the end game, the end portion of the rounds, and that's not good. But at least they still have enough for the guys back up. Operator still in the hands of Autumn, and he's able to send that global presence back over a site, but it's a short opening.
That was
โต
gnarly.
หลุดครับแพทเมน
Primi, instant flick, instant headshot. That is the danger going up against a player like him, but immediately running
ไปไหน
into
ไปไหน ชอบเลิกกับเราอะฮะ
going on a bit of an exploratory mission in towards middle, doesn't like what he finds. Full Sense close to equalizing this, but Harvey with a kill through from the Hunter's Fury, and now Unitán gets the better of Jitboys. So maybe GE are going to find a way to clasp a victory from the jaws of defeat in this final round of the half.
Look at Cruz.
True.
But he has to play patient, though. If he goes too far ahead, it's 3 players. Can he take them all down?
I mean, if he even just gets 2, if he gets a 2-for-1 and that plan's gone down on B in the meanwhile, he could still get his money's worth. That's none! None from Cruz. Unbelievable. Autumn turns around at the perfect time, and now Sephiroth's job, you'd say, is nigh impossible.
You just can't do that. 6 HP in a 1v3. Every little corner on this site is now paper thin. He's gonna get chewed through.
Well, this is a very bold position to play from for him. You'd look at it and you'd say that's a one and done. They're gonna have to make a real error in judgment and not clear it, which in the end doesn't happen. So GE convert themselves a pretty comfortable round victory, and in the end a solid first half, 7-5. You have to take it.
Yeah, that's the lead right there. I'm starting to think about the next maps that we have. G played that summit. Yes, it was kind of a kooky composition. Sure, the Teo, everything, but
they picked into it.
Yeah, they picked into it. I do wonder if Full Sense off of that tape have come up with anything, but that's, you know, all reserved for the upcoming ones.
Who's to say they're going to run the same thing again as well? Like,
timing
the map is really in its infancy. I don't think you can be taking the first sort of official game as gospel of, oh, this is exactly what this team's.
Oh my goodness แมปกันครับ ได้พกก่อนอย่างแรกต้องได้พก
But yeah, that's a combo between the Yoru, the Sova, things like that. But meanwhile, for Full Sense, I mean, that was a little whiffed flash that Jitboys had, and that's why he lost that kill towards I think was it Yudotan or someone else up around a cage.
Yeah,
it was really unfortunate, but I guess that's why there's no real timeout yet. Macro-wise, everything's kind of going accordingly for both coaches, both teams.
Yeah, so it would seem. 7-5 though. Slight edge for GE. See if Full Sense can nab the pistol to negate some of that early advantage in the second half.
ไอ้กลครับ
Okay.
เฮ้ยมันขึ้นช็อตไปเต็มเลย
Full Sense trying to play fast flat off the
เอาไอ้เหี้ย
back.
ป้อม
Have they been spotted by the turret? Yes, they have.
Really only got Sephiroth on this side, and he is just
Look at
ducked under the balcony, hoping that he can try and maybe find a 1-for-1. Cage is going to go up. He's holding for the reinforcements, and well, it might be really down to Sephiroth to actually hold the fort because the reinforcements weren't doing much. GE on their way in to another pistol round win, 7-5. Very quickly, you'd think should be turning it to 8 as they pick up the second half pistol, and
ลา
Full
ตีนี่ช่าง
Sense
ยาวไกล
now might be in a bit of a spot of bother.
Definitely. This is GE feeling
ไอ้เหี้ยเคิร์ดแพ้แม
extremely
ปแรกใหม่
confident.
แล้ว
These
เหรอ
guys are definitely fighting, Jordan.
Oh,
จริง
absolutely.
ปะเนี่ย
Oh my god, they just
ยังไม่
walked
แพ้
through catwalk, made as much noise, elephant feeding all throughout the map. Full Sense tries to fast flood back, but because of the turret off from top mid, G was not worried whatsoever. Sephiroth was meant to be the linchpin of that round for Full Sense, but I gotta admit, that hold from him looked kind of lazy. He missed every single right click, man. You can't do that.
No investment, of course, from Full Sense in this round, so expecting the scoreline to balloon out to 9-5. Full pistol. Opening kill from Jit Boys. It's probably not going to be giving us too much to get excited about. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a hill to climb now for Full Sense.
Marshall towards the back end. Killa's definitely a little bit concerned about that. Crystal's just going to continue building up whatever advantage he can. Who's going to get the spike plant, though? That's the main one. I would have thought it would have been Crystal, perhaps, but they just want to leave him marking the back of A main, so maybe an extra health point for Pat doesn't matter too much, but right now, this hold is not one that Full Sense can break through. Still going to try, though, just for the exits. Play every single lane. But that Marshall is going to take them down bit by bit, so maybe doubling up towards tree or short if they can take down Autumn. At least another ult point, but not even that. Jit Boys is low.
Yep. It'll be another ult point, but not for Full Sense. For Autumn, in fact, and you told me this Yoru ulti, it took a while to build up. Well, it's not too far away now.
I'll be damned. Oh my god, look at this guy. It's only round 2 of the second half. He's already 3 points away from his ult. That's your boy right there.
That's my boy.
One enemy remaining.
Don't get me too excited. I might start singing the Australian national anthem.
Is that what it sounds like?
That's absolutely not what it sounds like.
We're going to go again. And look at this. Because of minimal damage sustained, GE has all the rifles in this round.
And it doesn't look like they're messing around.
เอาท
Bit of presence already being shown over towards that B site. You've got Tripwire City.
ำนี่อ่ะ
Autumn,
Fake
despite
code.
running into one of those, is going to cop a headshot. So
I'll be
early
doing
signs in
high,
this
yeah.
round look like maybe Full Sense might start to pull it back.
Oh, they got the right stack so far. Primy's able to pivot around because he's playing towards the bottom of middle. Drone comes back into re-clear, only spots one player. Full Sense knows where this hit is going to.
Good tag already onto Jit Boys, forced away as well by that paranoia. The space opening up, but Yudotan has no idea that Cruz is tucked in the corner. Full Sense coming back into their own. Their first gun round of the second half.
ปุ่ม
Looking
คลาส
to be
สิ
a
ก
good
แต่
one.
แม่งก็แบบ
This is the exact
ไม่
kind
ได้
of
มันก็หลาย
round
รอบ
where
ที่
you
จะ
need
ไม่
to
เช็คด้วย
start
ยิ่งเป็นพวก
this
โปร
half
เนี่ย
off
โดน
with
ประจำอะ
build the economy up, feel a bit confident, you know, start to get the ball rolling. Otherwise, GE
พอเลทไปเลยครับ
will run away with this map, but it is by no means over yet.
Yeah. I mean, hey, on the flip side of that coin, right? Like, if GE had that bonus round, I dare say this map was done.
I agree. I think that would have been a bit of a bridge too far for Full Sense to come back from. But the fact that now Full Sense pull this back, 9-6, deficit's not too bad. Again, remember, a couple of timeouts in the back pocket as well. So lots of opportunity to think should things start to go wrong.
And that ult's still building up for Autumn. Crystal as well, Javi too. Like, it's just going to continue building. And then in those rounds, Full Sense really need to look to even out the score, which is why this round was so crucial for them. And it's why Cruz with that hold around the smoke. He actually did a similar thing against Nongshim again just last week, but oh, this was a fake clone.
I mean, it sort of worked until it didn't, you know.
Nice try.
ดีนะไม่มีใครเล่นใกล้แต่จริงเมื่อกี้น้อง
Good way to hold.
ยัง
But
ได้
it
เฟ
makes
ก
you
โค
think
น
if
มา
Full
โอ้โห
Sense will stick with their current setup, a 3-2 split. And G trying something different.
Yeah. Time now to hear what Full Sense has to say about this round.
น่าจะช็อตมันชอบทำเสียงกลางอยู่กลางอยู่
รับคนเดียวอยู่นะคิด
จะรอ
ว่า
สู้กลางเปล่า
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่ได้อยู่ได้อยู่เอ้ยมาเอ้ยแค่หันฟาร์มกำลังไปด้วยมัน
ใช่ตัวหนึ่งมันเดินกลับมาท็อปมิด
เวลาไปด้วยกล้อง
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm
พี่จอยพลาดพี่จอยหน้าบี
วิ่งมาหน้าช็อต
เอาดับทางแท็บเอ
ต้
เหรอ
น่าจะเจอ
พี่ออฟเป็นดับมาแท็บเอทางแท็บเอครับปรับเอ
ได้ช็อตมาแล้ว
พังแท็บกูเฉย
ท็อปเจช็อต
ได้พังแท็บกูไม่ได้พังแท็บกูไม่ได้พังแท็บ
And it's just all about trying to piece it together as
now.
much as possible. They heard the orb.
Now,
Now they
take a
hear
look.
footsteps out towards
But
A
it's
short.
like
That's why
15.
Cruz was coming out to the rest of the team. But GE good to apply
It
more
like
pressure towards B
วัน
site.
นี้
But
ฝนตก
does Full Sense bite the bait? They do for the time being. But there's not much
เอา
else.
โทษโทษ
They should be happy to pivot real
We don't
quick
exhibit.
right back over onto the A site. And that's why you do see Killa beginning to make some moves around. A bit of delay utility with the Phoenix.
นี่ไงโดนกลางอากาศไปเลยครับ
Again, Jip
Jet
Boys
Dad
up close and personal
30
โอ้โห
seconds left.
to get that opening pick, and now GE are kind of left wondering, where do we go? There's 20 seconds left in this round. They're walking their way up through middle. It is
เฮ้ยมันรีฮิต
imperative
ช็อต
that Crystal
เฮ้ย
picks
น้อง
up that kill, because now that throws the fox among the hen house. Full Sense have no idea where GE are going. I think GE at one point maybe didn't know where they were going, but 10 seconds on the
แล้ว
clock,
เรามี
they're
โจ๊ก
going to get
ถือว่า
into
ถอย
the
มา
A
รีเซ็ต
site. They're going to get a plant, and Full Sense completely rotated off. That is a minor miracle pulled from
Pull up,
GE.
though. Drip Boys does have run it back for a retake.
Okay, well, we'll see if he can make anything happen here. Primmy, Jit Boys both finding themselves an entry.
Oi!
Autumn comes alive. Drops two. Oh, is it enough though? 1v1 now for Patman, who used to be post-man
Nia.
Pat, but this time he cannot deliver. Full Sense
น้องฟ้าจัด
get
ให้
the defuse. 9-7. They're coming back.
Beautiful way for Full Sense to come in hot off of that retake. They were definitely bamboozled
เปิด
for
เพล
the
ง
better
วัน
half
วิง
of that
แอง
round
เจิล
for a
ให้
bit.
น้องฟ้าไป
But immediately as they come back over, thanks to that run it back, thanks to the initial contact, despite
ต้องมี
Honda's
ซาวด์ป
best
ระกอบ
efforts at actually doing more of the damage through the smokes, Full Sense were still the ones to deliver that coup de grace against GE.
พี่โอทำนี่แม่งโห
Yeah, that's nice from
ทำไม
Autumn,
แมตช์
but
เจอฟูเซนต้องมีคนเป็นพี่ชายลั่นตลอด
Player standing.
ยังไงก็ยังไม่เท่าเอฟโฟโลครับ
Crosshair
ตอนนี้
placement. Good reaction.
คนที่เจอแกงนี้แล้วลั่น
Slowly but surely working their way back into this map. It, as we said, was expected to be a close matchup, and I think that's very much getting delivered upon here. 9-7, another sort of half buy from GE. Cruz is under pressure, but he's got the help, the
พลังขอ
backup
งเพื่อน
from Jit Boys. There's going to be a hot hands through. And, well, GE are not going to slow down at all. Jit
Oh,
Boys
no, the corner.
seems to be somewhat aware there's someone else
Ying.
here. Yeah, he knows. Oh no! He knew, but he second-guessed himself. And now it's falling apart. GE out of nowhere might be getting a sneaky round unless Primmy can do Primmy things.
It's going to be tough, though. I mean, where is he going to figure
He's
out?
there
Oh,
fast.
he is.
Oh, he's
What?
missed! That's not a Primmy thing! Primmy doesn't miss! But apparently he does.
I am speechless.
I mean, I think he was a little bit surprised that Crystal was there, frankly.
He considered it, though. He had the crosshair in the right spot. It's just
Let's
stopped by
hear
a
what I-
little bee's dick.
I mean, that's how it goes. I suppose sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. This round just got a little bit too chaotic, a little bit too fast. And
that
GE
whiff
are
by-
thriving in that.
The whiff by Jet Boys as well. You're absolutely right. And I think this is what Gian intended to do as well. I mean, it was a half-buy round. They went all in trying to pick up the
พอถึงกับ
pace.
เข้าเลยครับ
Definitely
พอบอกหยุดโยนทำเอาแรกในสุดก็เข้า เฮ้ย โอ้โห APX มาขายเสื้อ
That's pretty cool, by the way. FPX jersey, because that's Autumn's previous team. Autumn is absolutely frying right now as well, by the way, on that operator, on the attack. And now that double alt combo is in play. This is going to be big for
He lured
Full
in.
Sense. I can see why the timeout is called now, but I don't know if they're going to be able to react accordingly. A bit of a trap play towards B main, though. Flashes at the ready.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Dimensional Drift plus Hunter's Fury.
Oh no, they could all line up for it.
That combination is so potent, but so far not quite working out. Autumn recovers first. Primi drops. Now Killua as well. And Autumn, you said he was frying. Well, he has cooked up a meal in this round as well for GE. They're into the B site. 3-on-2. Sephiroth half HP. Plant going down. This is GE's round to lose.
ยิงอีก
One enemy remaining.
But they've done well to
Oh,
withhold
don't scan,
against
eh?
that little cage play attempt from Sephiroth. Nothing to be had in this round for Full Sense now. They had some ideas off of the timeout. However, even though the Hunter's Fury doesn't exactly collide against the setup that Full Sense had, it does well enough to throw them into disarray.
Yep.
Everyone just comes in to pick them apart. This is, I can't lie, this stings.
Yeah, I mean, it was disruptive enough to kind of allow that space for Autumn as well, wasn't it, right? Like, he got jumped on by Primi, but Primi just couldn't get his gun out in time, and Autumn lands the shot, doubles down, and now GE are up to 11-7.
ที่ทีม
This
กู
is
เลือกมุ
probably
มเซฟ
worst
โคตร
case
ฉลาด
scenario for Full Sense. You've just called a timeout, you've just lost the round.
This is
So what do you do? I mean, you've got another timeout in the back pocket here, but like by the time you use it, the game might be over.
Nothing you could do, man. This is Frost's darkest timeline. This is Frost versus you versus everyone. That's his social handle, by the way, everyone. I mean, his team is now broke. That's one thing. I don't know what else the timeout could do, but like, Autumn's back in with an outlaw.
Cruz saved an Odin.
Oh,
Woo! Let's see what he can do.
1v5.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like it might have to be something to that effect, right? You just don't have a whole lot to work with. Chip Boys have got the runner back, sure, but what's he really going to do with a pistol?
Frost was just not gonna take
พี
this
จี
line
2-0
down.
เฮ้ยใจเย็นน้อง
Given the result, I can only imagine what that headspace, what that mental space feels like right now. GE though, look at them, so comfortable, doing their due diligence. They clear out main, they use the clone to fake out to clear so many of the trips, bait out reactions from Full Sense. That's a blaze wall now gone. So they consider that there may be players hiding around, but probably not on site, right? No one shot at the clone. Pat's applying pressure towards a site. Full Sense not biting though, but the main thing still firepower.
Well, the firepower from Chip Boys.
Hold on.
สวย
Maybe
ได้เล่น
there,
นะ
actually, as he gets that headshot in onto Crystal. He's helped out by Sephiroth as well. Is there another twist
30
and turn
seconds left.
in this map? We have to wait and see. Plant yet to go down, obviously, for GE. They don't have a whole lot of tools, actually, to defend this post plant. I mean, no paranoia, no flashes.
Bottom's got big damage. That's surely got to be something.
They got a shoot gun good, basically,
Yeah.
to hold this. And Chip Boys has got to run it back, so they're going to have to shoot gun even better. This is essentially a 5-on-3, one of which has now been dealt with. So back to the 4-on-3 Full Sense, but info is info. Harvey and Autumn, though, connecting, and that firepower apparently is enough. They shoot gun really good in GE.
Just waiting for the replay so I can recap it.
Match point.
He walk in B. He hold B from stairs. He see Full Sense. He click. He kill.
Him shoot good.
Oh my God.
Really, really good.
Nice setup as well, obviously. Just sort of swinging off the contact, swinging off of one another. The coverage was nice. It's a nice crossfire there as well.
That's practically it.
One enemy.
Despite Full Sense's best attempts, I mean, look at that
สวัสดี
little
ครับพี่เบียร์
crawl from Chip Boys too as well.
Chill.
Dude, Platoon is on that interview with Vic. Like,
Yeah.
he was hiding it so much. But
He was in politician mode.
now in
he's
the coaching booth.
He's in football hooligan mode now. Well,
What a politician, man.
this is the last round, potentially, of the map. It feels like it kind of is. Full Sense have not delivered on this defensive side at all.
5 rounds in a row for OT. It's Primi on an operator. Oh.
นี่ไง
Premier
นี่ไง
operator, he's pretty good.
Down B.
Lockdown as a reaction. G has options to head back out towards middle if they want to.
Is GE just going to push through mid here and try and take the fight to Full Sense, or are they going to reroute back into B? Spike needs to be picked up by Crystal at some point here. They're going to opt to take the, I would say, percentage play.
Oh.
Patman up
ต้อง
over
โดน
to the
รัวๆ
wall.
เลยว่ะ
Catches Killua as he just backs off. That is cheeky. Pulls it back to the 4-on-4.
Meanwhile, for full sense, pixel angles, but they didn't expect one to be still left around market, and that's Yudotan. They are trying to take him back. They managed to catch him, but still onto the site. Pat is up by logs.
Yeah, that blaze wall holding them at bay for now. Crystal and Patman doing the same. Autumn will drop. Nuke it on the block. Sephiroth to try to keep the game alive against the clutch minister himself. Crystal, like I said, he's been here time and time again, and now he's got the info. And Sephiroth got the idea. Crystal early damage and finishes the job. 13-7. Global Esports will take map.
ลุ้นวันนั้นแมปแรกเราก็โดนหนองชิมเหมือนกันครับโดนแบบยับมาด้วยเดี๋ยวลงไปน้องกล้องวิดพื้นสัก2,000 เทแต่ก็ชนะแหละเบ่งกล้ามสักพักหน้าเพจฟูเซนครับ Farewell Viper Demon เรื่องนี้นักแข่งไม่ผิดครับ พี่เอ๋ยผิดพี่เอ๋ยไปดูที่งานเนี่ยเป็นเรื่องตลอดเลยดูที่งานพอเลยครับ
Oh, absolutely. And they were talking about how well they know each other. Frost has often talked
อา
about
ถรรพ์
this too.
Watchparty
He knows or thinks he knows how G is going to play and how in turn he's going to prep for them. He's quite infamous for it actually. So it didn't really come through though.
Yeah, now look, so Full Sense's game plan here was definitely a little bit weird from what we see from other double duelists. Look at how split apart they are. It's all about fakes, it felt like in this first half. They use the Phoenix, but he goes into B-side on his own, looking for pressure, looking for a duel, but nobody's there to follow him. Most of the team are back over in A main. It's all about dragging and pulling retakes. So they want to move them to B, then they hope they can win this fight on A, drag them to A, but it doesn't work, and they have to go go back towards B. Now, look at this. This looks like an unwinnable round if you're Full Sense. 5v3, you only really have B main to work with, but they managed to find and isolate these duels. This is what Full Sense normally do so well. This is a round where they got away with it. I think they stole this round away from GE, but they couldn't quite find that consistency.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you talked about the info denial of the mains and kind of playing mind games a little bit. I think this was a good example of it. You see the Cypher camera there. You see the flash in towards A main. It's very clear that the game plan is to prioritize taking these areas and take information away from the defense. And from there, leave them guessing about what your plan.
เพลงโดนว่ะ
So you can see throughout their entire
It costs you a lot of utility.
ดูแมป2เลยครับซัมมิด
In that retake, I thought the adjustments from GE were really excellent to prioritize those retakes, and we saw how well it worked for them.
Oh, definitely. And it was a lot more neck and neck in the beginning of Ascent, but as we went on, GE really started pulling ahead, and large part of that is thanks to Autumn on the Yoru.
Yeah, I thought he did an excellent job here. I love that they went back to the Yoru. I think especially with that little buff that we've seen in the current patch that we're on, is definitely room for it, and Autumn is so good with it. It lets him play those scoped weapons where he's so good, and let Yudatan be free to be aggressive also with that rifle.
I think that Yoru is coming kind of back into the meta a little bit. I'm liking some of the adjustments patch-wise that we've been seeing. We're not hard buffing initiators. We're giving them an extra 10 seconds. We're getting extra 5 seconds on the gate crash. It's getting a little bit better to give you a bit more of a choice, and I think people are starting to adapt the Yoru back into their game style a little bit. For Autumn in particular, we talk about the earlier editions of GE, even coached by Frost. He was playing solo Yoru as a duelist. This time, with a secondary duelist pairing, he has the ability to frag a little bit more on an agent he's already comfortable on. And, you know, funnily enough, he's probably one of the only players on GE that doesn't seem to have an issue with Frost, but he's kind of playing like he does, to be honest. He's kind of playing like he has a point to prove in that first map. That's one of the better maps I've seen from him in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how things work out, but great for Autumn, the soul Australian, the soul of Australia. So I'm really curious actually about how Sunset, our last map, if we get there, will be between these two teams, because both of them are familiar with each other on Summit. However, brand new map, Global Esports had a really interesting first showing of Summit just last week.
Yeah, look, their attacker side left a lot to be desired, but they had that massive comeback on the defense. I wonder if this is something that they stick with, if they like this style, because I felt like that there were real moments where I thought, oh, this comp definitely has some legs. I think they could have gotten more rounds on the attack, but we have to speak about prep advantage. Global had it for that first map. Full Sense definitely have it here. They haven't had to show a Summit, and Global have. So I wonder how much that will play into it and what the ante will look like here coming from Full Sense.
Yeah, I think for GE, there was a lot of good ideas on attack that didn't end up really converting into very many rounds. RQ were fantastic at putting those retakes together. Saw a big comeback on that defensive side in the second half. So I want to see if GE is going to keep that.
เอาไงดีวะซัมมิด
Again, they know better than
ว่าไง
anyone.
แชทคิดว่าไง
People have watched that game against RRQ. They've had to show a lot of tape, having that been a very, very long game that went into overtime. Are you going to run that same approach here? And you know, you pick Summit here as well as Sunset. These are two maps at the end of the veto that GE have already shown in this stage or recently quite a lot. So that's going to be where Full Sense will now start to swing the prep advantage in their favor.
But I do wonder, yes, they did show it and they did find success. Did they go to overtime? It went really long either way against RQ there. But at the same time, they've had a whole week to work on it, and they brought in the coaching staff with Fields and Amex here. We got a lot of heads working on new
20 RQ อะ
for Summit.
Yeah, absolutely. For GE, this is the same comp, but the only difference is this time they aren't running the Gecko. Patman is going to be on the Sky instead, even though some of the strats did seem to focus a little bit around using the Thrash and things like that. For Full Sense, this is a comp we've seen already quite a bit on this map. We've seen this in China. I think this is the FPX comp, or very similar to the FPX comp. You know, you've seen a lot of value out of the Teo and the Rays so far on this map, and it's something that we haven't been seeing from a lot of teams in Pacific.
Yeah, also, I do have to say, it's going to be tough for Kahlua. Attacking with that Teo into a Vito can be very difficult. Vito is so strong against all of that Teo utility. So let's see how much they can get done in this first half, especially because defending for GE was so good against RRQ.
And, you know, going back to the drama a little bit, Patman, when he has a little bit of revenge map, he tends to pop off. And I think he's really good on Flash Initiator. So let's see how this goes as we roll into Summit. It's back to our casters, Quack and Jordan.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be a fun one. I mean, Summit, I think it's just such a wild card at this point. I really respect the fact that GE have picked. It's even more impactful now that they've won map 1, because surely you've got to be feeling the pressure here of your Full Sense. You've lost map 1, you're going into the newest map in the pool. Maybe you don't really have a great grasp on it yet, and you're basically fighting for your life in this series on a real question mark of a map.
That's why it all comes down to Full Sense and what the team can put together. I mean, in the Frosted Swall, you look at him in that coach cam, he's just, it's painted all over his face, dude.
Yeah.
The pressure. He's so locked in, he's not emoting whatsoever. But, you know, it's down to the players as well. I mean, beef or not, you know, everyone's just playing incredibly well today. And Full Sense, you know, maybe buckling at the knees a little bit, like you mentioned.
ถือว่าดูดี
Starting to
ดู
get a
ดี
little bit warm and hot under the collars, but Full Sense will do their best on the attacking side to kick things off. Astra Stars to conceal their movements, but GE are moving all across.
Autumn once again has the opportunity, and he does start well.
ที่โดน
That
ทะลุ
is
สโมก
exactly
รัว
what
ๆ
you
เลย
want
เล
to
ยจะ
see.
เชื่อ
That hot form continuing from map 1 to map 2, of course, helped out. Another kill goes through for GE, and it is all about Autumn in the pistol. A 2K. Full Sense. Not the start they want on Summit.
Definitely not. They're trying to mid-round pivot back over onto B side as well, but I feel like at this point, GE is just reading every movement.
มุมโคตรเยอะไอ้เฮีย
Yotan might even be able to get
เดิน
ahead
แต่ละ
and
มุม
has
นี่ต้อง
paint
คือแบบ
shells to
เนี่ยเห็นตีนด้วยเนี่ย
kind of thwart the misplant. Oh no, Cruz can't even get a shot.
ต้องคัดโชว์ไป
Yeah,
1
it
ที
feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion at this point, but at least Kahlua can try and get that plant down. See what he can make of it. Maybe find another kill or 2, get another ult point. Yudotan is low. So that'll be a fight that goes the way of Kahlua. He gets, you know, something more out of it, but, you know, kind of grasping at straws to have any sort of silver lining to that round. That was a bit of a drubbing from GE.
Couldn't agree more. Just again, Autumn is on one today. There's no other way to put it. I mean, just look at how he immediately does well to receive that contact. Lets the Primi fly past as the waylay. And if this keeps up, I mean, thinking about this composition as well, right? Like, although it kind of looks odd on paper, it just fits every player on this team pretty effectively. He can still be on those scoped weapons, TP away with the crosscut if he needs to. Pat onto the Sky now just is a little bit more freed up to move around.
Similar approach here for Full Sense, although they have that lurk of Cruz over towards B this time. Just wanted the orb.
I guess that's the macro game that Frost and Cruz are pretty adept
เฮ้ย
at
ดี
playing.
ดีดีครับ
but
อันนี้ดี
For a round like this, it's a pretty tall task to think that they can, you know, come in with a thrifty.
เร็วหน่อยครับ
They're up against
มันกำลังโยก
Yotan on the site itself. Crystal on an off angle. It's not easy. No, they're just gonna go down to the blender. Immediately stalled right at the choke point.
Yep, there's no entry allowed into B.
Primi even refracted back. He couldn't get out or fish for much other info. And if you're trying to rotate now, this is way too obvious.
I mean, that boombot has completely cleared out B main. So, nothing really to be said apart from Patman.
Definitely
ผมไม่
delivered
ดี
there.
ครับอันนี้
Yeah, it's true.
ไม่เป็นไรเมื่อกี้ลาวพก
Anti-eco. So, it's nice shooting. It's nice shooting. Yeah, but let's not get too excited yet.
I want to see the reaction, though. Come on, give us something. Say something, Pat. Give us a tank in a mall. No? Boring. Boring. I'm bored.
You're bored. I'm sure there's going to be something that will get you excited about this series still. Get the guns out in hand for full sense. This is where it starts to get a bit more serious. It's nice and easy to get past the anti-eco for GE, but this is where things have to take a bit more of a serious turn.
เยอะนะ
Yudotan up close and personal, but it's Patman again. And this feels a little more impactful as he's picked up the opening kill. A site is starting to be taken. But GE was so good on their retakes.
Exactly, right? Which is why I guess Full Sense are trying to play up front as well, but look at how the Seekers reveal everything.
Yeah,
Autumn takes one down. Gets out scot-free.
Now, Primi really trying to push the issue here. He knows that he has to be the X-Factor player to make some kind of difference. Kalua's sort of trapped in the back of the site here alongside Primi, and there's just util thrown at them time and time and time again, and even a satchel now as well. There's just no safe place to stand at all. It's all on Primi, and that's a sharp shot. Skeet shooting onto Yudotan. Oh, Primi! Out of nowhere! And now it's Autumn to rain on his parade. Oh, that would have been the highlight of all highlights, but Autumn is giving him a piece of his mind. You can see him there in the cams. Very pleased with that, saying, don't worry about it, boys. We've got the bonus.
And he's doing it for the boys as well. That's truly what does it for GE. Like, this is so odd because with all the interviews we've heard and everything, like, Full Sense was talking about not wanting to rely on Primi's, ace factor too much, but here it is, and it's kind of needed, right? Every single point of entry, every single hold they tried to have in the rounds, all got thrown apart by GE. The satchel and the smoke, who's not able to pick off an alpha angle, and it's just down to this little thing that gets thrown apart by power of friendship and G and Autumn. We go into the next round now, and let's have a listen in. Full sense how they're able to put this round together.
ต่อยกันเพื่อนตัวไม่มีใส่ได้เชียวน่าจะมีคนแลบอยู่ซ้ายมือเราเนี่ยนะ2 3รับอยู่
1 2เลยคิงออกไป
รอเขาแท็บไปเรื่อยๆได้ปะแท็บยิงแท็บนะแล้วชิปไปต่อนะเว้ยยิงแท็บชิปต่อให้เบรกรับโทรฟี่ได้เจนให้เก่งงานไปในไฟได้ไม่อยากแคนเข้าทอฟฟี่กันนะเดิน
Well, Full Sense. Well, they might actually just work their way into B, but instead they look like they're going to go around the world.
โอ้แต่มันได้แมปแบบ
into the defensive spawn.
ไอ้
Meanwhile,
ที่ตอนนี้ฝั่งสลับฝั่งกันแล้ว
a move being made from Yudotan as well. So there's a lot going on in this round. It's like we've swapped
อุดงมันเดินช้อปปิ้งแบบ
Still with the guns, though.
30 seconds left.
Cruz's timing could be pretty imperative here as well. If he can somehow end up behind Yudotan.
I guess Yudo shouldn't expect it.
No, he's not going to check that line. This is a freebie for Cruz.
นี่อ่ะเดินเยอะ
4 on
เดินเยอะ
5. Plan going down. Full Sense might be able to swindle
สิ่ง
something
ที่ไม่ควร
here.
จะเกิดขึ้นครับที่พี่เคยบอกไว้
Crystal spent all his util as well. It's all down to Pat and how he's able to
นี่ไง
initiate, but he's down.
This is looking a little grim for GE. How do you get your way back into this one? Crystal hunting for any
เจอเดิน
opening, but nothing
นี่
being
เอาไปอีกหนึ่ง
found.
ครับ
The sheriffs are doing
เอาไป
so
อีกหนึ่งครับ
much work. Primi is not happy that he didn't win that
สิ่ง
last
ที่
round.
ไม่
So
ควร
he
จะ
says,
เกิด
I'll
ขึ้น
take this one instead. And this time it's GE's parade that gets rained on a little bit. That should have been a 4-0 lead.
That is incredible.
It's just such a goofy round, though. Like, that's the thing. I mean, it's a new map. You've got lots of new angles, lots of things to be aware of. Obviously, it's playing out in an unorthodox way. I think it's
โอ้ท่าน
pretty
ท่านส่งงาน
understandable
หนักจัด
that a round can fall apart like that when you're playing a new map in the pool. You're not so familiar with it.
A little, But I also think it's just credit to how Full Sense was able to, play it sneaky beaky. They cleared out all the trips, the little chokehold that the Vita will throw down.
Oh, okay.
And that's the tricky thing as well, because GE, they have this in their pocket. They have their
ไอ้เหี้ย
set
โดนส
plays
แปม
where
โด
they
น
go
พี
in
ไฟ
for
กันมัน
spams down middle. Why are they challenging this? Full Sense, please.
Yeah, they're just sort of saying, well, I guess we think we can shoot you better than you can shoot us, and that is clearly not true.
Uh-oh.
So
Yeah.
all the hard work you do in that last round to pull it back, you're just immediately going to gift around to GE?
How's Frost?
Yeah, do we have like a Frost reaction clip for that round? Because I'd love to see it.
Like, I don't know what the call was. Did they think it was just isolated players peeking around
the first one may be a bit unlucky, obviously. Patman spamming out of a smoke, fine. You're trying to recover it.
I think they just maybe didn't expect that there was more than one player holding multiple angles down middle, but still trying to put their best foot forward. Now they're going to be met with resistance. The spikes down, locations revealed. I'm surprised he didn't go for the save, but we'll see if you can actually put something together.
It's a long time to save. 30, 40 seconds. And he will not be able to put anything together. Nice round from Yudotan. 3K in it. Bit too easy though for GE, I have to say at the moment.
ไปบุกก็ได้สัก5ไปน้อง
This is
6ก็ได้
weird. I mean, stealth mission was successful. They had the
ดูดิ
economy
ไอ้
back
เหี้ย
in.
ไม่หลัก
Look at
ช็อต
this.
หลักนี่มึงเยอะชิบ
Multiple
หาย
angles, some elevated. Every single peak that you tried to bring back into that was always at one that was done
ชอบ
at
ส
a
แปมสมุก
disadvantage.
มาก
And if you take a look at the economy, not just guns, but
เอ
ultimates
อ
as
ทำเอา
well.
ไว
Your global are sitting on 2.
ๆแบบนี้ดันค่อนข้างที่จะกันครับ
Took down GE going in towards Masters, right? But it was at Masters where things flipped around a little. But apart from that, I think it's just a factor of this being a new map as well. We've only seen GE play it once. I don't think that that's going to be truly enough. You don't know where Autumn's going to be positioned all the time with this operator, although it might be pretty clear that Full Sense should be looking to throw him off of his sight lines.
Scout destroyed.
To Trailblazer, they peek up.
Oh, Primi poised on this line. You'd think
ไม่
it
อ่ะ
should be
นี่
his,
อ่ะ
and it is.
โดนไปดิ
Advantageous angle. He spots the shoulder first.
Yep. Long line.
There.
No mistake made by Primi, and Full Sense needs something like
ดี
that.
ฟอลต์ดีขึ้นครับ
Just
หลัง
to
จากที่
sort of
เดิน
settle the nerves a
วน
little bit.
มั่วๆไป
And then they can recalculate, make their next move.
It is a very aggressive play, though, for Autumn to be making, right? Considering where he's pushing.
Yeah, they're getting confident with the past rounds they've won.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. That GE, they're feeling it. They're feeling confident. You know, if Autumn says, I want to take this peak, they're kind of saying, yeah, go for it. We can afford to maybe take a risk like that. Obviously, it doesn't pay off in this instance, but it has Full Sense thinking going forward that, hey, he might continue to do that.
Absolutely. Even then, Full Sense just played it patient as well. They've dodged a flash from Patman. Now they're going to be bursting into the B site.
Yudotan getting those nades out to try to slow things down, but again, it might be Patman. He dodges the convergent paths nicely. Here's the showstopper for Yudotan. He's having some trouble getting into a position to fire it, so it does go a little wayward, but that provides the space for Harvey and Yudotan in the end to make that swing happen, and it's the rifles that are getting the job done again. GE are just shooting so much harder than Full Sense right now, which is ludicrous to say.
ไม่ได้
It's
แผ่น
definitely odd.
They're playing against Primi. Primi
เปิด
is
ก่อนนิดนึงนะ
supposed
เนี่ย
to be him. He's supposed to be the shooter.
He was him for that one moment. This one, he had an off, so I think, we can't really count on him too much. But this is, I agree with you, Jordan, absolutely a far cry from what we witnessed back on Ascent. And you think about composure, I have to imagine this is something mental as well, right? Why is G shooting that much more comfortably right now? They have every single advantage. They were sitting down on that site. Autumn's going for aggressive peeks again. And now it's another eco for full sense too. It's just way too much work.
It's really nice to see Autumn's not going to be shying away from that, even despite the fact that he went down early in the last round, wants to keep playing with confidence, and he deserves to today. He's probably the match MVP at the moment.
He's gonna have a
เฮ้ยเรา
tinny
ต
in
บ
the
หน่อง
shower
ชิม
after
มา
this
เลย
one.
นะเว้ย
He's he's giving the fans what they want.
I don't know how many people are going to get that. A lot of Australians will, but
I learned that from Komodo. Thank you, Komodo.
a tinny in the shower.
Oh boy. Back towards middle, and just thinking about, you know, how the map has gone as well. Like, the pressure is on for full sense, and they might do well in the opening portions of the rounds. Premi got that opening pick, but you can see as soon as they think they have an opening and they start to go in for it, that's where things start to fall apart for full sense as well. They're not entirely sure where to look, what to clear out. They're not playing exactly off of each other. Now this is down to them fishing for trades. Oh,
just forces them forward though. There's nowhere to go. Batman makes it look easy. The grenade
โอ้มันมีทุกจุดเลยว่ะ
corralled them into
อะไรวิน
an
ที่เราได้
easy
นี่คือแม่ง
line.
เป็น
6
วิน
and
อี
1
โคด้วย
for
นะ
GE.
that is so clean. And this is pretty masterful work as well. You know, full credit to GE for coming into this season, just doing, I guess, the utmost amount of prep work on the newest map as well. And now they know that victory is quite likely within their grasp. They just have to, you know, play it tight all the way through. Full Sense have yet to put on a second round. They're back towards middle now. They have to full buy. They have several ults to work off of.
Yeah, I think this is an incredibly Chad move from GE to be picking into Summit early on and winning it so cleanly at the moment. I mean, their defense was, again, a talking point obviously on the desk. It was so solid in their last match as well. So they still have to back it up on the attack, but teams are going to be wary now of Summit against GE, I feel, after these first couple of games.
Oh. Now they're pushing into B main.
There's ultis going everywhere, by the way, but nothing happening. Full Sense are not having any success on these entries at all. GE is just styling on them. This is a one-team game at the moment.
โอ้มันมีทุก
Cruz was
โค้ง
along
ทุ
with
ก
the
มุม
spike
ดู
as
ดิ
well.
ไอ้เฮียไม่มีทุก
They
โค้ง
tried
เลย
to
วะ
pull
เดี๋
the
ยวฟ้า
attention away. They tried
ด่าน
to,
นี้อะไรวะเนี่ยดีนะยังไม่ได้
They
เล่น
used Convergent Path
Yup.
and Showstopper in that round.
but
Full Sense
no
Nah,
didn't
he
one
even
was
get a single kill.
backside.
They
That
got
was
no kill.
crazy. GE pushed all the way into its
แต่เอ
main
มันเข้ายาก
already.
จริงว่ะเอมันเข้ายาก
What am I
มากๆเลย
watching?
Like, look at that again. You have the alt combos going through,
Oh,
but
ยิง
GE
อัน
were
ติไม่โดน
already all set up.
ไม่
This
ออก
was
ด้วย
just, I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, I fear, you know, putting full sense under the microscope, but that was
ดับเบิลทำ
honestly
เอาแล้วบอส
abysmal.
ไอ้ยขอสัก
There
สาม
was no read. Everything that could have gone wrong. That's Murphy's Law right there.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing about this is now no longer a conversation about, oh, team having
No, don't break.
to Full Sense. But what I will say to the GE fans out there
Curse.
is you are welcome.
Yep.
For the caster curse against Full Sense.
That was all us.
You are welcome. It was all us. in the
What
end.
can we say?
Just remember that. Remember that before you start chatting online. Just remember that. We made this happen.
You said GE, you know, made a Chad move playing this map.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
I mean, the roster move maybe a little bit whack, but you know
โอ้
what?
โหสแปม
I'm speechless. I've
หาร
got
สอ
nothing
ง
to say, bro. I have nothing to say. They're gonna swing 3 players into
แม่ง
one
ต้องมีไล
guy.
น์อัพปิดประตูห
Two
นึ่ง
guys, to be fair. But why? Like Yudotan kills 2 before he goes down. Like what?
The
เอ้ยถ้าไม่ได้ว่าวินนิโคนี่ผมว่า
Is
แม่ง
that
มี
one that
13-1
everyone's accustomed to, yeah?
เอ้ยมี
I speak,
10
I'm in
13
trouble.
0ไหมเนี่ย
So I will not speak.
Snare destroyed.
Oh boy.
You take the rest of the round, Quack. You take it.
What can I
It's
do?
all yours. You have it.
What can full sense do? I mean, we're in the same
Well,
boat right now, man. Smoked off A
done.
main. they're afraid of going back middle because all the potential lethal angles that could be played. 50 seconds to go on the clock as well. Autumn's already on an offline. This is done. We're done. I don't know. Maybe he walks into B site, gets the spike down.
You are coping. You are coping so hard if you think he can win this
I
round.
mean, that's my job.
Stop giving the Full Sense fans false hope.
Nah, you're just thinking about what possible
30
moves. You
seconds
put yourself in Cruz's shoes,
Okay.
and that's something. Instead of going for the plant,
Team
he
cut
comes
back.
back towards sight. But now,
Where's
his
he go?
position's revealed.
That
He's
boon.
maybe trying to toss the gun away so that... No, why would you do that? He's got the rifle. He's going back towards B site. But he needs to...
I need concealment.
Like, I don't know. Do you plant
10
it
seconds
for
left.
B main and then you push back towards that spot? He has to play up front, but he's going to get completely overwhelmed.
You've got to try and take an early fight here, but it's just not going to happen. Can't even get out of his own smoke. Harvey has it on lock. It's kind of just like a rotating of door of who wants to get a 3K today for GE. First, it's Patman. Yudotan gets a turn. Now it's Harvey's turn. We
Fast
saw
to
Autumn on the
0-8
last map. Crystal's kind of the only one that's not really doing anything. But my bro is 1-3. It's 9 rounds in.
ได้ภาพเหมือนตอน
He's
นี้แหละ ตอนอะไร
1-3. He
วะ
hasn't had to do anything. He's in the backpack. He's just having a good time.
That's
He's
ตอน
just
ที่
chilling.
ด่านบายอะเจอ
Are,
กับ
are
ใคร
you
วะ
alright, Jordan?
Oh.
I'm great.
Yeah.
You sound
Pepper-
pretty emotional.
No, I'm actually great. The only thing is,
Nice.
the only thing is, I've got Crystal in my build diff team. Okay, everyone else is getting to have a piece of the pie. Look at this: 13-2, 9-3, 9-2, and Crystal's. I'm not. You know,
He's on a tail,
it's
you
not
know?
fair. Why can't my guy do the thing? Let Crystal have a turn.
As
Bam.
Frost once said, unlucky, bro.
Justice for Crystal.
We're gonna have a go.
คุณน้อง
again
บัว
for
นะครับ
full set to try
38
and
เดือน
put
นะครับ
together an A split now. B main has been an area of contest for G several times in a row now, so they're just gonna give that one up. They try to approach from a different angle, but well, chokeholds in position. They're gonna have to clear that one out towards side of Blink. Immediate reaction from GE though, and look at Autumn's positioning. He's just so ready.
I mean, Crystal is here. He might get a
ท่าน
turn.
เลื่อนเหลือหนึ่ง
That's all I'm saying.
เรีย
But of course, Full
ชี
Sense is
วิต
gonna
ซาก
go.
จะจัด
You watch this.
Trailblazer as well. Cruz, okay, back towards a side. Oh, Javi.
Oh,
อัน
this
นี้
could
มัน
be
เลิก
awkward.
ลัก
Patman.
เลิกลักแล้วดูสองทาง
He's seen him. All right, so the jig is up. Some damage into Harvey's position. In the end, he actually does fall to the paint shell. This is the first time in a long time that Full Sense have had
Oi.
an opening pick. Really gets another one on 1
เจอลูก
HP.
สองทันคน
Hold
แรง
up, this might be doable, or maybe it might not be. Patman exists. Patman doesn't quite get the ace.
เหี้ย
but
เกือบ
he
เอ็ด
has
ไอ้
done
สัตว์
so much
เหลือจะ
work
เชื่อ
to pull this round back. Full Sense, they are trying to draw blood from a stone in order to win any of these rounds. Can maybe Kahlua do it? Of course not. And by the way, Crystal didn't get a kill again. It's not fair. It's not fair.
นี่
He's
พัดแมน
still
วิ่ง 27-3
1-3.
จะ
Can
เชื่
he
อ
get points for the defuse? Give me some build diff points for defusers. You know?
He's gonna no. There's no points for that. But he's gonna have.
He
His,
got 2
Ed
assists.
Ning,
That
innit?
counts.
he's gonna get us all. You're coping right now.
ไปขอ
It's
สัก
all
สอง
right,
ราว
Jordan. We'll get the
93
next one.
Man.
But still, you have to admit, this is another one of those. Full Sense brings in their best effort. They work the map. They go in together as a squad.
โคตรแรง
Primi gets a kill on 1 HP. But Pat just comes in illegally, brutally, pummeling every single bone that Full Sense has. They just cannot walk past. They can't get anything done. They haven't gotten the spike down or done much else.
Well, goes from bad to worse. There's another opening pick for Autumn.
รัดเลยครับ
I think at this point you've just got to throw caution to the wind as Full Sense and just send it. Like, you've just got to try anything because whatever you do right now, it feels like it's doomed. Anything GE touches turns to gold, and I don't need to tell you what anything that Full Sense touches turns to. I think you can figure that out for yourself. Plant
เฮ้ย
going down
น้อ
though,
งทีม
and a little bit of a lurk here from Cruz. So he actually could get a bit of work done, but
Ooh.
spotted by Crystal.
เหี้ยไม่เดินมาเช็ค
How
เฉย
do they always know?
They're just diligent and mentally as well. You know, they're not under that much pressure. So straight on with a retake, full force against Full Sense, who is doing their darndest, but they can't get a single kill.
It makes me sick. it actually makes me sick
จี
how
แม่ง
easy
แบบ
this is
ฟาร์ม
for
เอ
GE
เชีย
right
ล้วน
now.
ๆแทบไม่ตายเลย
Biased caster, man. You're so biased for GE.
Flawless.
Apparently.
10-1, flawless. This is still the first half. And I really have to think, you know, as much as we love and respect Frost and how he was able to bring up the GE roster from nothing, by the way, this is, you know, onto a, well, I guess a bit of a reunion, but onto a new map. It takes quite a bit of time. I don't know, maybe if 1 week was enough to prepare against GE's summit, which they clearly have been working on quite a bit. You know, putting the theory to practice is
งาน
a
ไว
whole
ครับ
different
โห
thing.
แล้วตาย
And I believe that's what Full Sense are struggling with right now. Because onto the sites, onto the actual execution, they're not able to bring it through. Primi gets some of it done, but it's still some of these different positions. Pat comes in with that multi-kill hold. Now you have a lot of space towards middle with some of the work that your stars have done, but it's still information that G are working off of. You're trying to fly pressure, go a bit faster.
Ah, man, can he do it again?
Oh, that's pretty good. Doesn't have to. Salvos will hold it off for now. It's a good bit of delay utility. Cruz is going to go off on an expedition towards the A site.
I think GE
AP team
knows
กำลัง
where
เลิก
Full
อยู่
Sense is.
Yeah.
Would be my gut
Seekers.
feeling. That's my suspicion.
Oh, Cruz. They don't know where Cruz is.
That is true.
เฮ้ยพี่ทีม
They are definitely considering it. Autumn as well, by the way, on the line, not missing. And Harvey does know where Cruz is, bro. They know. GE knows everything. They are omnipotent at the moment. They are omnipresent. They know everything.
That is such a good line.
Full Sense
ตีไม่เข้าหรอนี่11 1
just don't feel as though they're in the server right now.
I mean, they're trying to play the long game, long con with Cruz on lurks, but Javi's already spotted that,
20 วิครับ
recognized
ให้
that.
มันโรเทต
Team, these two
เฮ้ย
teams with
ทัน
that
ปะเนี่ย
much history against each other. 10
เดี๋ยวต้องถือ
seconds
มีด
on
ไป
the
ก่อน
clock.
ไม่
It's
ทัน
a base race onto the A site, but they're still so afraid. They have to cut some corners just to get the spike down.
เฮ้ยมันแพนไม่
I
ทัน
don't
แล้ว
think
นะ
there's time. Get to the top.
There's
of
no
They're
time.
out of time.
How?
Oh my God.
They lost a round to an empty site. They lost a round to an empty site, Clark. It's 11-1.
I am speechless.
ไม่เอาอะไรแล้ววะพูด
Pat is on 17 and 3.
Halftime.
โอ้โหเหลือจะเชื่อ หลุดว่ะหลุดจริงจัง ไปคู่หน้าไป
So, I don't think so.
Probably.
Which is probably a good thing.
They need the time off.
Yeah, they got 2 next week.
Taking that back.
And look at how confident G are right now, just clearing everything, pre-firing a lot of positions as well towards middle through the smokes.
Okay, surely they can get a pistol crack.
This is very forward though. They do have a lot of trips and smokes to play around. So it depends on how well G knows the map to clear, pre-fire the corners.
Drone's going to go forward. Don't think it's spotted Cruz, but he is going to be attempted to be
Oh, yeah,
cleared at least. Sephiroth chiming in with a couple of headshots will help him out. Keeps Cruz alive long enough to find the one, but still, GE are fighting their way back into this A site. They get themselves the 2 for 3, which will allow them a plan.
Comeback ครับ
Patman alive.
ลองชิมทำให้เห็นมาแล้ว
Obviously popping off. And Crystal there to play the support role. So let's see what maybe Patman and Crystal can put together here. They have been a little spotted on that cross. Okay. Patman's just got to go and shoot someone. That's really all it is. You just got to win this round with firepower alone, and he is in the form to do it. Doors are going to be closed. Patman happy to just hold on that line, slow things down. Now Crystal making his move. Patman can't hold on for 2, but Crystal, this is his time to step up. Hasn't had to do much throughout this game. This could be a nail in the coffin for Full Sense, but just not given the space to get it done. So Full Sense at least give themselves a small window of opportunity to work within this second half.
I'm sorry, Jordan. I know you really wanted Crystal.
ถ้าจะบุกได้สัก3สัก4ได้ลุ้นอยู่ด้วย
Now that aside, for sure. Not too bad for Full Sense immediately with Sephiroth being able to take down 2. Cruz hiding into the corners. And with the final 3 as well, playing it tight, safe as much as possible just to put 1 round on the board. Definitely almost a scenario where Pat, if he had taken down Primi, had taken down Jit Boys, that could have been different rounds. We go again.
One more thing.
This time a full pistol train to do some
เคยดู
work
Paper
towards
Leg กับ
B-side.
Liquid ปะเคยดู Fnatic อะ Fnatic NRG อะ
Okay, but what if GE just wins this round? Like, no, that would kind of be fitting for the way this game has played out.
No.
Flash around the corner. Patman starts it well. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Dear.
เนี่ย
Oh no.
เจอแผน individual
This is not the timeline. Surely, Full Sense. Primi pulls one back, but you've still got to get past a few. And thank God for Primi and Cruz. But still, Crystal alive.
อีตันมันจะทำอะไรบ้าๆอีกอะ
Oh, he's going for the long flank. It's something a little bit tricky, something a
The
little bit
spike,
different.
though.
Doesn't matter if he gets his timing right, if he waits patiently, which he doesn't. So there was something cooking there for Crystal, but this time Full Sense get by. A little bit too close for comfort though.
Yep. I mean, that would have been the right play for Crystal, pick up a weapon, do something, but
จะเป็น 2-3 ราวแม่งจะมีอันติแล้ว what the fuck
still not the cleanest of rounds. This was meant to be your anti-eco, bring some rounds over for the bonus. With that possibility gone, this is very likely going to be a 12-2. I don't know how much you can get done with just a Bulldog. Is it Outlaw or Marshall? There was this big of a viewing party in Thailand. I had no idea.
That is crazy. And by the way, what a rough day.
That is crazy เห็นนานๆทีได้เห็น viewing party
It's a forced buy. Full Sense need it.
Bonus round. In theory.
ลาว by ลาวครับ
Myriad of the same trips and smokes around B main to start things off.
GE are more than happy to operate on a contact play style towards this side.
I know they have better firepower.
Throws given, flashes getting tossed out, nades as well, but no commitment. It's just an attempt to short out some counter util.
Jit Boys. This is a pretty far forward position. It's risky.
Harvey's got to turn around. Oh, awkward for Jit Boys, but he does wrangle it back. Still 10 HP. He's not getting out of there alive.
It's info, at least for Full Sense. They're immediately scrambling to try to figure out where GE are headed to, but the Seekers keeps them invested on the B site. It's just kill one.
Hey, Gong!
There. Drone not going to do too much. So just going to try and pop some delaying util, but Yudatan's already out in front of it. And once again, GE have got Full Sense's number. They have the sight and they have the player advantage and they have the space as well. Patman forward will catch Primi in the side of the head. There is nothing to be done. A 2v4, Dog's going to go in, spots both Sephiroth and Cruz, flash around the corner. Patman can't get it done alone, but you can tell GE, they just want to be on the front foot. There's a 1-for-1. They don't want to throw this away, but Cruz has no HP. It is almost done. GE up to 12.
Blood's in the water. The Sharks are circling all around. I don't know what else could be done. Not too bad on the initial hold. Shit Boys manages to find his one, but as soon as those Seekers were called in, like, Kilo is just not able to do much else. He tries to delay, but even past that, and you can kind of see why this Sky was brought in instead of the Gecko as well. Plays off the Trailblazer and the Flash immediately.
Yeah, and you can really see why Platoon's been playing it down, because this game has been a nothing for GE, but for Full Sense, who knows? Let's hear from GE as they try to close this game out.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, let me drone A right now.
Wait, please just wait. I think better B, Sava. You don't B, Sava.
Okay, I leave you.
That's fine.
We B split, right? Just I watch Link first. Can we double swing this first, Young One?
แมปมันไม่ได้ซ้อมมันปล่อยหลุดได้ไงวะ
Go mid, go mid, go mid. 1, 2,
หรือ
swing.
มันซ้อมมาแล้ววะ
Leave
น่าจะซ้อมมาแล้วแหละ
Oh
แต่
shit.
สู้ไม่ได้
They split, motherfucker. Yeah, go mid kill with them.
Oh, what?
Leave it.
Okay.
Actually, I go with them as well, Sava. You just drone here alone, okay? They know, boys. I need to fight this guy.
Okay.
Let pot swing
No,
it.
Still very much in control of things, just trying to right some wrongs, play it safe. Full Sense though. Okay, at least they clear out A main, but
B solo hold for Full Sense, even if it is
guy.
a Cypher. I don't think Sephiroth's going to get too much done here. He's actually just going to play for the retake and allow GE out onto the site. Rotation coming through for Full Sense, but it is a meandering rotate at best.
30 seconds left.
Cosmic Divide to go down, cutting the site in half.
Pat.
And again, Patman at 23 and 6, improving upon that scoreline. Does fall to Primi, but a 1-for-1 is fine as far as GE are concerned for the moment. Autumn causing a bit of trouble for Primi, tags him down low. Harvey's on the off angle there as well. Crystal chiming in. This is it for GE. There is absolutely nothing in the day today for Full Sense. Sephiroth cannot get it done.
จี2-0 จริงว่ะเหี้ยแม่นชิบหายเลยกู
I just don't see this happening too much. I mean, Primi's still putting some numbers up, but they're just not able to hold the map whatsoever. Every single fight they
ก็ถือว่ายังชนหมัดกันครับมีน้ำใจนักกีฬาครับผม แสดงว่าฟอร์สกับเทอร์นี้น่าจะหนักกว่านะเนี่ยถึงกับแบบไม่ชนหมัดแต่ตอนแรกเจอประธานเลย นักแข่งกับไอ้นี่ทะเลาะกันไม่ยังไงก็สู้ไอ้นี่ไม่ได้ครับ เวลาฟูเซนแพ้แล้วคนไทยทะเลาะกันเองอันเนี้ยไปดูเลยนี่มันกว่าเยอะเดี๋ยวมาฉีดห้องน้ำก่อนคนไทยทะเลาะกันนี่สุดกว่าเยอะ โอ้ย ชีวิตมันย่ำแย่ อืม ถือว่าคนที่สวนนั้น ไม่ได้อยู่ในท็อป 10 ครับ ยังไงก็ผมก็ยังติดที่ 2 อยู่ ขอบคุณ Equalizer นะครับผม สมาชิกด้วยนะครับ ปวดขมับว่ะ ผมทำ Discord ใหม่ก่อน ไฟส้มงดเชิญพี่เอ๋ยไป Watchparty จัดงาน Watch ทีไรเละเทะทุกที เหลือจะเชื่อ มันเป็นลางนะลูก 8 นาทีเลยเหรอ ทำอะไรดีวะ ทำ Discord ใหม่ก่อนแป๊บหนึ่งนะ ทำ Discord ใหม่ T1 ครับ วันนี้ T1 เจอ Valorant ให้ T1 ไป โดนผิดเลท กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์นะ ใครไปเก็บสถิติอยู่ดิ ไม่ชินเสื้อ T1 เลยว่ะ เสื้อมันเหมือนย้อนยุคยังไงไม่รู้ แต่ยังไงก็สปอนเซอร์เต็มเสื้อเหมือนเดิมครับ T1 เฮ้ย ลักเกียร์ ใช่เหรอ มาอยู่หลังบ้านเหรอ ใช่เหรอเมื่อกี้ แปลกๆป่ะ หรือมาเยี่ยมเพื่อนเฉยๆหรืออะไร ชินสีแดงมากกว่า ลูกพี่เมทิโอแบบจัดหนักจัดเต็มมาก ถามจริงใครเป็นคนบอกว่าเปเปอร์เล็กมันขาลงเนี่ยมันเจอ T1 เลยนะเว้ย มันก็ต้องแพ้บ้าง มันก็ไม่ได้เล่นแย่ขนาดนั้นน่ะ ในวันที่ท่านตื่น
helped enable the players to kind of switch around their roles a little.
Definitely some
ไม่เป็นไรครับ ล่าสุดเบเกอร์ไปเป็นตำรวจแล้ว โดนแน่ เดี๋ยวเราส่งพี่เอ๋ยไปเป็นตำรวจรอบนี้ ตำรวจวงการวาโล VL นี่ตึงไหมตึงอยู่ครับ
whole sample size of the compared to Klaus. If you role question of who's
ไอ้เคล้าเหรอ
H winning. DH is another player we were absolutely hyped about last time he was playing on T1. So glad that he's returned to this roster. This guy's got so much talent, at least on the Omen.
Speed Haven
that we saw
Sunset ว่ะ
last time. A little little bit quiet last week, but I'm pretty sure he'll step up. Here's the map. Vito, are you guys liking this for Varel or T1? You guys ended up predicting Varel, actually, so I want to know your whole thought process and if you still feel confident seeing this come through.
I'm surprised anyone else went for Varel. I went for Varel feeling like I was a bit of a madman. I think this is a pretty cut and dry match in the favor of T1, but
It is.
I want to believe in Magic. I saw how they reacted when they finally got a win, and even though T1 is a very scary opponent here in Pacific, I want Varel to go on a run, and they need every win they can possibly get to do it. For T1, haven't seen how they're going to play Split in this particular iteration of the team. For Varel, their most recent comp there, you see with the Sage, it's LP on the Sage, was the map we talked about where Foxy9 went ballistic on the Viper. But as we know from Varel,
Foxy9
swap up the comp map
That's
to
true.
map a lot. So I wonder if they're going to stick to the same approach here on Split.
And for T1, we've not seen it from this iteration of the roster. We didn't see it from them last week. The only map in this veto that they played last week was that Sunset, was that map 3. So they're clearly targeting very different things this time around to try and find some weaknesses in Varel.
So you guys are a double V here, big time.
I think I'm the same reason as you. I think I've seen this so many times with teams where all they need is that one win to get the belief rolling. I don't think they're a bad team. I think we've seen them before at how close they've been able to play. Now we know that they can get it across the line. I think they definitely have potential.
I'm glad we're aligned on this. We're right next to each other on the graphic. I mean, 2 V's makes a W. I think it's a W for Varel.
Well,
We've got
how long
an
you been
easy
sitting on
win
that?
here. No chance for T1. I don't care what the rest of the talent say. I don't care what the community says. Foxy9 is my GOAT.
I like it. That's a pretty strong case there. I like that. Well, we do have Varel facing against T1, and it is a revitalized Varel. I do like it. Maybe that's what it's for. Well, there's a team called Vital. We're going to go to the stage and welcome the two teams. That did work.
Smooth.
2-0 ไหมจบไว
Today's matchup.
เพลงนี้น่าจะโดนครับ ไม่น่ารอด เปิดตัวเนี่ยเหลือจะเชื่อว่ะคู่เมื่อกี้ ตาจะบอด คนให้แววเยอะ
Sage wall one side and stack the other side of the map.
พี่วันกลับมาแล้วดิพี่ใหญ่กลับมาแล้ว
That might have flown against Secret. Haven't been able to prep for them, haven't seen how they wanted to play, but this is where Varel need to continue to reinvent themselves and not be too one-dimensional here, because this is their pick, and they're going to have to start out on the attacking side, and I believe that T1 will have chosen defense knowing that Varel is going to have to attack in with that Sage comp, which is a little bit slower with the solo duelist if they stick to it.
Well, you know, we keep talking about David Goliath situation here. The thing that kills the Goliath, of course, is complacency and thinking it's not really going to be a big deal.
I thought it was a rock. But fair enough. No, I think that's very true. I think we've seen it. You know, I think we heard it from Spin. He felt like KRX underestimated them. This could be a case where T1 might underestimate Varel as we have the agents that are coming through. For Varel, this is exactly what we would expect. For T1, this is the first time we're seeing split from them. Double duelist. Meteor on that jet was on the raise.
I'm just finally happy we get Munchkin back on the Viper. He's just been on field duty. I feel like we haven't really seen the best of him. I want to see Munchkin put on a fragging performance. So I'm looking forward to it.
I think for me, this T1 comp screams pure comfort. I think everybody's happy on the rolls here. So I do think they have a very good shot, even though this is Varel's pick.
It's going to be an interesting
That's so tough from the boys on the desk. You know what though? 2 Vs making a W. That's one thing, but upside down it makes a sad face.
Okay, I was thinking it makes an M, and M is for
อีกิฟ
when Mog on
มันต้อง
Barrel
เปิดปิด
when
มัน
they
มี
get
ลิข
that
สิท
win,
ธิ์
'cause I don't know
like
what those guys are. I don't know what they're
I
talking
like that
about
so
on
much.
bench.
I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, I've got to turn this back around on them. And the best I could come up with
Sad
is
face.
turning them upside down and making it into a sad face.
I don't think it was that much better, but alright.
I like M for mogging. But I do agree. I do think this should theoretically be T1 kind of mogging Varel. I don't know where these guys have cooked a prediction for Varel. I mean, I can kind of get it from Pilsky. You know,
He's weaponizing his incontinence.
yes, that's right. He is. But Morgan, I expect better from you. David versus Goliath very much feels like a fitting way
ไอเพลงนี้ไม่โดนแล้วเนี่ย
up against the team that only just last week found their first win of the season. Varel have a massive mountain to climb today.
T1 even taking down Paper Rex as well. Buzz was on a harbor. Things are just absolutely insane right now. G's taking wins against Full Sense, but either way, I mean, this composition, or at least the role swaps
ล้างตาไปครับ
here
ลืม
for
ไป
T1
แมตช์
makes
ที่แล้ว
a lot of sense. It's
ลื
the
มไป
same
ลืมไป
exact composition, just a little bit of swaps in terms of who's playing what. Izu onto the Sky. He's been on initiators before. Munchkin onto the Viper. Like, that's what he does on Haven as well. So you expect things to go pretty smoothly
BTO
for them,
เจ็ดยาวๆ
even
ครับ
on
จังหวะ
the
นี้
defense, where they are leaning somewhat heavily towards a ramp for now. We'll see what Varel does as they probably tread towards mid.
I think it's much less than a probably. I'd say this is certainly for Varel to be going mid, at least to start this round off, having a little bit of a look in. The reality is there's not a lot happening there at the moment. That orb's gone up. Try and keep Varel at bay for the moment in this pistol.
Immediately Prowler and just ascend straight up towards Mail and be Heaven. Munchkin playing out by Rafters.
Buzz
นี่อย่าไปก่อนเลยครับ บัต
stuck in and dealt with by
ชิบหาย
Zuma. So that opens up the rotate here for Varel to go toward A. You have to get past a couple of players. There's going to be a lot of noise being made. It's not enough to alert Izu.
Not to the side as well.
ลูกพี่เอาให้หน่อยลูกพี่
Oh, well, I mean, Meteor's getting his head banged off as well. Apparently that prediction for
หมดสภาพ
Varel
ลูก
not
พี่
looking
กู
too bad, at least here on the pistol. All down to DH.
Spike planted.
Okay,
Hey,
who
Num,
probably
cut bar.
can't do too much. Wants to conceal his position still, but with just that classic, there's nothing that he can really hope to do. Peeks in towards Heaven. There are so many players and a wall in his face.
Just got to try and find a duel somewhere, but who's giving him a duel at this point? It'll take him the rest of the round to get through the wall. So kind of has to go back in the other direction where he's now greeted by
Sneaking
2
an elbow?
smokes. He ain't sneaking anywhere, but he does get a kill.
ใจถึงอยู่ครับ
Tries at least, but yeah. I mean, I think that's one part of the conversation that we haven't really looked that much into yet is the fact that Foxy9 has said in interviews where, in the past, off of that lost streak, it was, a really painful season for Varel to go through. Everyone was kind of down in the dumps. But now that Foxy9's here, now that they've had that first win against Team Secret, like, they're looking rejuvenated. Look at how they're just swinging a lot of these positions together as a whole team, and no one from Team 1 could have stopped them in a single heads-up duel, apart from the one that DH just got. So we'll see if that converts to a bit more, but okay. Meteor answers back. That's well, Marshall gone now. It's not the biggest loss. Still, though, a lot of information for T1.
T1
Get up to some funny business here. Slow Orb's going to go through. Once again, it's a similar setup in middle for T1, but Meteor, how is he getting away with this? Another shot through onto Zuno. It's not a killing blow, but I can't believe they're still challenging him. You know he's here.
He's tagged every single one of them. At least there's a safe LP will do what he can to top Suna off, but this is huge. Look at the position, the stack.
เนี่ยเราเศษเจ็บแต่มันรอ
You don't
ฮิ
want
ว
to get too overly
รอฮิวค่อยเล่น
aggressive here as T1 and walk into the setup from Varel.
ไปเอาปืนลูกพี่มาเล่นไหม
But if you give that up, maybe you get the sight. T1 are more than likely to pick that Marshall back up, and
it's the perfect setup if they go
it's
middle.
So good.
High-low. One player in the orb as well to swing on the contact. This could go perfectly for T1. It is all set up for success. Prowler's going to give the info, but Buzz is close enough. Dive down the trigger anyway. No. T1 have just bullied Varel out of the server in that round, and
ลูกพี่จัดให้ครับ
that's unfortunately what we might see a little bit more of today. We had high hopes for Varel after that pistol, but T1, they're a pretty good side.
It's one of those, come down little bro moments. I mean, okay, so this is one of those things. A lot of people do tend to forget, since Meteor has been relegated to playing Sentinels for the better part of a year. Back in 2023, this is what he was known for in the Korean scene. Jet and a Marshall, and he was always popping hits. He didn't really get a headshot this time around, but he got that one kill, picked up the Marshall, and went off on a tear. Now he gets again to go in with an Outlaw. While Varel, once more, makes moves around middle.
Yeah, a bit of an investment from Varel as well. They're not prepared to give this one up just yet. That Prowler dealt with, and so too Cinder and Zexy. DH keeping his teammate Munchkin alive. Can't keep himself alive, nor Munchkin in the long term, but has done enough of a job to pretty much seal the deal for this round. Foxy's going to be spotted out clean. A couple of kills in the end there from Buzz. T1 will not make the same mistake that Varel did. And so now they are well and truly on top.
Yeah, not a single bit. I mean, especially with that swing off the economy from the previous round as well. These losses are not too big of an issue for T1. They're just going to continue to be able to buy back up. But at the same time, you start to picture, how their setups are going to go. We've seen it before already. And it's just pretty fluid as well. You're just going to have Meteor now upgraded to a full operator.
โอ้ลูกพี่เล่นออฟเลยครับ
Assistance from Izu as well. Same thing with still the combo of utility out towards middle, which is where Varel have treaded towards most of the time. But let's have a listen in to see what Varel does on their attacking half.
เสียเหลี่ยมเปล่านี่ไงเสียเหลี่ยมจริงกดเลยครับลูกพี่ตอนนี้เมื่อกี้นี้คือวิญญาณซัมติงเข้าสิง
살짝 타줄게 사이트 갈 때.
프라로를 할 거지 리클.
나 연막 하나라 얘들아. CT만 쳐줄게. 헤븐만 쳐줄게.
헤븐에 벽 칠게.
프라로를 할 거지
메인.
나 월드 하나만 할게.
한번 째고
야 메인 먹으면 바로 뛰어 얘들아.
램프 총으로 째.
ในมุมนี้ครับอิสุเอาไป3
프라로 할게. 보고. 사이트 리콘 감. 리콘 깠어?
Well, Izu and Buzz
Boy,
with a solid hold
2
to deal with the initial player loss. It might not be enough, but Foxy9 cannot double down, and so that will be T1 maintaining the player advantage in this round. Varel still sticking around. They want to try and make something happen here, but a good swing coming through from multiple T1 players to clear out the information. They now know exactly where Zuna is. DH just looking for a paranoia angle, just happy to port down into the site itself, and well played. T1 secure the 3-1 lead. I was a bit worried when Meteor was sort of getting aggressive on his own solo there outside of A, but the rest of the team has it on lock, it seems.
Definitely. I mean, off still retrieved as well. It was a little bit worrisome at some point.
Why you try so hard?
You can definitely see, what is going to be
the I tried so hard and got so far.
That they take it with advantage. Off to the back end, Varel is meant to try to clear out more of those corners or positions, or at least keep them locked off with the slower, but they didn't quite expect Izu in the corner. And then you had Boombot plus Paranoia, just no chance. You go again, Varel decides to try to pick up the pace towards A site.
Well, held at bay by the moment, though. They're going to just commit straight through, and it's gone all wrong. Buzz is there waiting for them. Izu there as well to help him out, and frankly,
สเปรย์คอนโทรล
seems like Varel are making it a bit too easy for T1 in that round.
Yeah, this one is just straight up scissors beats paper. You try multiple things from the past round. You saw Meteor push down this angle with an op, and you think he's going to do the same thing, but T1 completely flips it on its head. This is a little bit too simplistic, perhaps, from Varel, but we'll see if they can try something different on the next. They're off to B site now.
Yeah, I want to keep my eyes on Buzz here, because he's moved over from A to B. He's got the Showstopper online as well, and that's where Varel
ทำไมเวลาทีม
goes.
เกา
So
ห
I
ลี
expect
เจอ
we're
กัน
going to
มัน
see
รู้มันเหมือน
something
มันรู้มือ
reasonably
กันเลย
explosive in this round,
นี่ดิ
especially if Varel tried to pick the pace up. It might be T1 that want to pick the pace up here, though. Izu's holding the flash.
Okay.
There's the Showstopper,
Die.
as expected.
That's
Bạc
immediately
Lăng
an
chặt.
advantage. No trade available. Meteor still holding, a slight off angle on that off. This is tough to break.
แต่ลูกพี่เอาไว้หนึ่งนะครับ
Indeed.
ตอนนี้
Dash available for Meteor as well to get out.
Ui.
Shoot shot miss. That is
โอ้ลูกพี่
everything too. Player advantage is maintained for T1.
Whole team pivots back over for more resources towards the B site. Leaves a gap out towards middle, but otherwise T1's still pretty happy with the current state of things.
As you would be. Back on the line again is Meteor, so he has a second bite at the cherry, and it is sweet. Connection onto Zexy, so as Varel tried to work their way around the map, they are just losing player after player. Meteor missing the opportunity there onto LP, does feel pressured enough to pull out the Blade Storm, knows that there's going to be a close range engagement here in a second. LP in the
ป่า
smoke,
ลูกพี่โดนกด
waits
ดัน
patiently enough.
เดี๋ยวพี่
Munchkin
กินครับ
has come across. So has DH. Pit is going to be ripped. It looks like a push coming out the pit. Foxy9 just catches up to Munchkin as he tries to push his way through, but it's not going to be enough this time for
เนี่ย
T1.
เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อว่ะ
A little bit more patience and restraint from Varel gets the job done.
Hell yeah. Bunker down inside of that pit. Foxy9 was holding on to that for a couple of rounds, and it finally finds the
V5
right
ป่ะเนี่ย
situation.
หนึ่ง
Meteor didn't
ให้เลย
necessarily
ชั
have
ด
to
เลย
take
แค่
that duel,
3v5
but he felt pressured to do it either way. And ultimately, I think that's what turned things on its head, 2v2 in that point. So otherwise, still pretty safe, and you can see how Varel keeps their options available. They keep, a couple of prowlers in their pockets, maybe a haunt that comes back up, and they can always re-clear more sections of the map. So this is not truly done, not truly a done deal
3v5
yet.
แบบไม่มีสโมก
Varel
อะ
once
ไอ้เหี้ย
again
ทีวัน
starts up
แพ้
with
ลาวเหลือจะเชื่อ
same layer of conditioning.
แต่มันจะมี
Meteor
ฟ็อกซี่
being
ไนอยู่นะ
very mobile with the op this game. Has played towards A,
มันก็ไม่ได้วางสโมกในบีป่ะ
played towards B. Now he's playing towards middle.
Recognizes that that's more than likely where Varel's about to go. Then that does give Foxy9 a bit of space towards A.
Foxy9 had a bit of success with these kinds of lurks last week.
เฮ้ย
I
โอ้โห
think that T1
คิมิโน่
should be
นะวะ
aware of the possibility.
If someone goes down, there should be an immediate trade. So
We can't walk past Buzz's line. Like,
อยู่
he
ใกล้กัน
has
นะ
to fight that line.
หวันไหวหน่อยเปล่า
he's just gonna stay tucked in. Maybe call the team over.
จ้าเอ๋
But
That's a difficulty. He can't get any further without taking
What?
a fight.
okay.
ไอ้นี่ก็เดินชิวๆเข้ามา
Watching LP as he tries to lurk his way out onto the B side, and now committing, or not quite committing, to a ball back over to A. Goes back to B. Happy with that. Smoke down. Mind games in effect now.
30 seconds to go though. I mean, I don't know how much you can continue
มัน
to
เดินชิวจัดอะเมื่อกี้
mind game your way
มัน
out
ได้
of
เหร
this.
อวะ
You might have some big ults to try and deploy, but
Gotta save him next round.
yeah, you
Like,
just
you
don't
cannot-
have the manpower.
Yeah.
And this is what works out so well for T1. This 2-1-2 setup. Yeah, Meteor's up by middle, and it does give Foxy9 a bit of space, but because of the
10 seconds
positions that are held by Izu and Buzz, it's going to be difficult for Foxy9.
I don't know, man. I look at this round and I kind of get the feeling that the Varel ideas tap is kind of already starting to run dry a little bit. If that's what you're going to do, you're going to lurk a player out onto A and then try to lurk a player out onto B and then go, oops,
Yeah.
well, we've lost the round. You need to be doing a bit more, especially against a team like T1. Maybe this works every now and then, but more than likely it doesn't.
We haven't really seen them get a clear read for like, where Meteor would be positioned. So I think that's one of the main things, knowing that he's always going to be on that op. So probably going to want to work the map a little bit to figure that out first. And they are trying different things now, given by their current positions. But same goes for T1 though. They might go in for a mid crunch.
Just the one player here to deal with it for Varel. Foxy9. Pretty sharp though. Very sharp though.
Foxy9
1. They walk into his crosshair, and I tell you what, you don't need many ideas on the attack if that's how things are going to start.
Hello, T1. What was... Is T1 there?
A bit lackadaisical maybe from them.
All right, well... Sight now granted.
Oh, so unfortunate for Meteor. He just falls off the line at the perfect time for Zexy to swing.
ลูกพี่กู
Just easier. I guess you chalk that one up to Foxy9's brilliance of being able to hold down the angle, but the trades were just so far apart. It kind of turns into individual 1v1s for the guy, which is kind of, I don't know, poetic perhaps as well, considering the fact that the main thing for Foxy9 with his career was he was on DRX back then, and that's when there were some issues, I suppose. But Stax and Buzz were his seniors then. Stax and Buzz are on T1 now, and although it feels like he should be familiar with how Foxy9 might want to play, but it's definitely not quite the result that we're expecting.
Definitely one of the rounds of all time for
Foxy9
I don't think it's going to worry them too much though. They'll just brush that off. They've got plenty of money they can reinvest into this round and have another crack. More of an investment this time from Varel, and in fact they look like they want to go a little bit faster. That Boombot catching the information, but Munchkin cannot capitalize on that. He sort of traces an outline around his opponents there. Nightfall's going to go through. DH happy to take the fight, but loses it. B-side now crumbling, and T1 letting control of this game go back over to Varel.
Foxy9 on the lurk.
Spike planted.
Could be good for a couple here, but Meteor is watching it in the end.
ทำไม T1 มันรวยจังมีทุกอย่างเลย
Not a bad spot to be in for Varel. 4 on 3. It looks like T1 want to give this a crack. They've still got quite a bit of money in the back pocket, so they're happy to lose a few guns here. Commitment is very much there, but working their way through this with a flash isn't quite going to work out. Izu gets the 1-for-1. Meteor picked up by
Meteor ชิบหายแล้ว Meteor
5-4 is the score. Varel sort of starting to come back into it a little bit.
For sure. And that was a lovely little anti-flash position by Zexy back in the end too. Had he not held that a bit further, there could have been a different scenario, but either way, this round just started right off. With the adaptations from the previous round, noting that they had that hold from mid, and maybe thinking T1 might try something different or position themselves with lesser players towards middle, they just completely overrun the site. Now, off a slight reset, T1 split off, hold every separate lane. It's Meteor with an op, does not spot anyone.
They're getting pushed away as well. Varel really picking that pace up. Cinder does drop at the hands of Meteor, but that's fine. They've still got the space there. Getting their way into the site. Izu will have a freebie, but it gives away his position. So how free really is it? 3 on 3. Nades will push DH away. The problem here for Varel is they've left the spike behind.
No one can really pick it up. Pit is just the perfect thing as well. DH continues to hold 2. It's just Zexy. And he's ultimately going to get shredded up by the top of rafters as well. So despite the strong approach, initial contact, attempts at contact plays, T1 still have what it takes. They still have multiple resources in the bank to really, take down initial contact. I think something that you might have seen from some teams before would be like snake bite off the top of rafters, or slow or before they actually TP through. But otherwise, this from Cinder was just way too wild out in the open. And with Meteor in the right position as well, he's just able to re-peek again. So, gonna have to rethink things a bit.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a speed bump for T1. Those last couple of rounds going the way of Varel, but they're right back into some semblance
อยาก
of
รู้ว่าปก
control
ติงาน
of
วิว
this
วิ่งปาร์ตี้
half.
เขาดูกี่คู่อะ
Once again, it's that cycle of
บัตร
util and mid.
ก้มหัวได้จริง
Orb
ด้วย
into the smoke, and then everyone kind of just walks away. Izu, a little bit lucky to be
Ôi,
alive.
Isu,
I'm
Isu, Isu,
surprised
Isu.
he's going to re-swing that.
Yeah, they won't expect.
เดี๋ยวเหลี่ยมดีอย่างงี้เรียบร้อยค
I
รับ
think so. Ball goes back up. Izu really wants the fight.
Buzz close by for a trade too. I mean, this was the thing about Varel way back in Ascension was that they were that really
วันนี้วัดคนเดียวครับ
quick,
พี่เอ๋ยไปดู
fast-paced
ที่งานครับ
team,
เรียบ
just
ร้อย
didn't
ครับ
really
ตามภาพ
meet
ครับ
much resistance against their opponents, but in a different league now, and T1 definitely putting them to the test. Back towards middle, Munchkin has a snake fight.
เอ้าเฮ้ย
Munchkin gets the better of Zexy.
เอาเลย
It's a
พี่กิน
one for
วิ
one
ลลี่
though,
พี
and
เขาเฉย
Varel will be okay
โอ้
with that
กำลั
for
งจะ
now.
โดน
That
ถ่วง
paranoia will of course slow them down, and now a dark cover as well that they have to commit to pushing their way through. They're aware there's someone on the other side, but even still, DH, it's too easy of a duel for him, and Meteor not going to be missing sitters like that. Gets a chance at another. It's stolen away by Buzz.
อุ้ย
On
บั
the
ส
shoulders of Zuna, but Buzz is having a game at the moment. 14-4, and T1 are reaping the benefits.
Last round before the switch.
Just continuing to farm up as well. Showstopper in his pocket. Meteor doesn't really need to rack up too much of a statistic as well. I mean, it's just multiple
มันยิง
layers.
แมว
If DH or Munchkin goes down, there's
สวย
still
จัด
enough stalling or delay utility that Varel can't go in as fast as they would have liked. And even if they do, they're going to be met with more players off to the other end because of the information already gained all throughout the map. So wonderful work by T1, and that's always, you know, how they have tended to play, but a little bit quicker for Garage Control this time. Announces Varel's presence towards the B section of the map.
Oh, Zexy. Double satchel forward.
อืม
Showstopper.
แลกกัน
They
นะครับ
showstopper each other.
คนละหมัด
What? Mid-air.
Uh-oh.
Mutually assured destruction, but I think it might be a bit more destruction right here for Varel than it is for T1. 2 on 3. Zuna and Cinder slow things down a little bit. They're looking for information with those Prowlers, but there's only so much they can really get. Meteor is quick with it, but so
Cinder.
is Cinder. And how on earth has he won that?
Not always the player in the spotlight,
Switching sides.
but managing to take down the likes of T1 in those final moments, still having his say. I mean, he's one of the more experienced players on the squad as well. So kind of
ไม่ยิงโดนตัวเลยวะโคตรโหดเล
But
ย
either way, the way this whole round plays out, T1 perhaps overheating a bit, trying to get some of the kills. Cinder getting the flicks back and forth is definitely lovely. We are still on.
half time
Oh my god, that's what that's their nickname now. Okay. No more pill time anyway. T1 on the attack though. As with the double duelist, this is something that you really have to watch out for, and that's why Varel are playing incredibly defensive, although having their 4-man squad pushing down middle, trying to get a quick wraparound.
Quick take into the A side, but it is going to be at the cost of Munchkin's life, who was
Spike
holding
planted.
the flank. So, player deficit, maybe not for long. Buzz is good for one onto Zexy. He's going to be double swung here, you'd think, but playing the angles nicely. Still, just oversteps his welcome a little bit there. And now, Meteor, tough one for him. Flash onto Izu from himself, doesn't really do the job. Zuna gets it down, and it's on to DH, who has no idea that Foxy9 is swinging him. T1,
เรียบร้อย
too
กระบักซาบอม
individualistic in
ครับ
that round. You'd have to say there was a lot of solo fights.
Yeah. That was always the thing about T1. You know, it's the whole super team discussion. Now they are able to actually take those fights on, but you have to think about the context of the situation as well. Buzz does well to recognize it, but no one's available close by for a quick trade. And then he was watching an angle up by the ropes as well, but a quick little bit of movement from Cinder really throws things off. So all the little 1v1s eventuates to this, you know, both pistols being taken by Varel, where they can definitely turn this map around if they're able to really stall T1's engine.
It's a good wall.
Too much of a force. Wall gives information. Yeah. Varel pretty happy.
Still waiting.
Walls everywhere. Walls on walls on walls. We've got the Sage walls. We've got the 2 Viper walls. Anybody like walls? Anyone want to buy a wall? We've got them.
I think
On
a
the
certain
A side.
president likes walls, but anyway.
Wait, hang on a second.
Just stall and slow things down. Now you got paint shells to try and do that. Oh, T1's just showing up every part of the map to try to bait out pieces of utility.
Yep. Costs a little bit of a reinvestment for Varel in some cases, so.
I think Varel's okay though, right? You just hold the angles, sit tight, watch him trying to push through a choke point.
Another smoke.
Okay, here we go. We saw him.
Yep. Flash goes through, doesn't really do too much. Meteor, however, with a couple of headshots, will the rest of the squad not quite following through with as much success, but there is some damage being done by T1. Only a couple of guns remain for Varel. Scoreline equalizes, sure.
ระยะอย่างเดือด
But T1 will feel like they've got something done in that round.
Yeah, 3 guns robbed away. Not too bad from Suna though. That was lovely shooting. Fun to watch. But as far as the round goes, you can still see that T1 has the potential. The way that Izu's able to layer in those flashes, definitely something that Varel has to watch out for. Especially for this round where they're going to be a little bit lesser equipped. Just a judge in the hands for Foxy9. Suna onto the Guardian still. See what they can get done.
พี่กิน
T1
กู
does
หลุด
their
จัด
initial scouting.
ยิงสแกนยิงไม่โดน
Good little tag as well. That is
ยิง
gonna
ไม่ทำยิงไม่
force
ตร
out
ง
the mid util the orb goes up early. T1 again just relying a lot on these sort of contact plays,
Hyper
opening
KO จริง
duels,
มันกิน
1v1s.
ผม
Not necessarily getting the better of them.
Yeah, I was not expecting Munchkin to go down, but that's amazing. 1-3-1 approach now has to be centered a lot more. So going back in to refill that space that Munchkin just lost, thinking that Varel would rotate somewhere else, Varel kind of has. So a bit of pressure just to keep Varel interested, while the alpha squad of T1 starts to peek their heads in towards A. It's just Suna close by. Although there's a great chance for a possible retake play, right? The Nightfall that Suna's holding on to. As long as he doesn't die.
Well, I guess that is a pretty imperative point to be making.
30 seconds left.
They are happy to allow that spike to go down. You're right about the Nightfall. It is going to get pulled in this round, and
Spike planted.
it will be quite useful for the retake.
Foxy
Izu will not be too worried about the shenanigans Foxy is up to. Now multiple players on the side, though, fighting for their lives. DH does well to trade out, but LP is there as well to do the same. 2-on-2 now. And Buzz and Izu have some pretty good post-plant positions. At least Buzz does. He'll give up his life, but it won't matter. Because Izu has it on lock. That would have been a scary moment for a second for
สู้กับโบนัส
T1
ยัง
when
สะบัก
Buzz
สะ
went
บอม
down, but they will maintain the lead. It is Varel still having to play catch-up.
Yeah. Not too shabby though. They almost had it, if not for Izu. I mean, whips that flash around the corner, coordinates it with Buzz and in for the peak as well. Varel really weren't expecting him there because they just spotted out Buzz by the top of heaven. So either way, not too bad. T1 definitely still pretty much in control, being able to recognize where else Varel could approach from. And then they go back in again. We'll see what they can put together as they make their approach towards B.
태훈 조심해. 바이퍼 레이드 있어.
다리 먼저 봐. 몰라 이제.
나 인박스 인코스 쓸게 이거.
เจอปืนที่ดีที่สุดในเกม
해븐 조심해라.
오버다운하고 바로 오버패줘 될 때.
걔네 네이드 없어.
스모크 몇 초? 15초. 바로 운명 올린다 형처럼.
아 오버 패줘. 언제 꺼져?
돌보다 연마 8초, 연마 8초. 셋.
มันต้องทำถึงขนาดนั้นเลย
Chaotic on the entry, and it's about to get more chaotic here for T1 as they try to hold off the retake. LP wallbang from Izu was perfect. 9-7, so T1 back in control. There was, again, a couple of speed bumps along the way, but it seems like the longer we go, the more it's kind of like T1 are eventually going to get there. But Barrel's not going to make it easy for them.
Which is lovely. I mean, you really admire the tenacity that they bring to this matchup. But all said and done, T1 definitely still has that much more depth and experience, and the coordinated pushes that they're able to pull off. It's tough for Varel.
Ôi.
His mum and dad on the screen there for a second, so, which is lovely to see.
Your son in a organization.
My parents came and watched me cast $1 million. I felt like the king that day, you know.
This is like every Asian gamer kid's dream.
Yeah, true.
Your parents approve. Oh my god. Oh, we go again. T1 just went in for a concerted push. Barrel now thinking to reinforce that site like heck. 3-1-1, and that leaves A site so much weaker.
I suppose it's a bit of an easier sell to convince your parents when you get picked up by T1.
I'm in the same org as Faker.
Yeah.
น้องไม่ที่โอ
Faker
มา
just
เดิน
got some honorary like police something.
I saw that.
That's so crazy.
Anyway, back to the job at hand as T1 are starting to encroach towards A. We're kind of seeing movements on the other side of the map. Cinder's got the back of TH. Mum and Dad won't be too pleased with that one. All this as Foxy able to pick himself up one as well. So numbers not looking too bad. Showstopper does have to get invested. T1 kind of pulling the stops out to make sure they get through this round.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Off towards the top of A heaven. Maybe there's a weapon to be retrieved. Zexy has a showstopper as well. This is not impossible. Maybe clear on elbow initially. You always got to watch out for the open angles and the outlaw that Meteor's holding on to. Now that's
bang bang. Izu has been consistent today. And poor Cinder, the last one alive. Now spotted out as well. A little bit of chip damage, but a 4K from Izu. And that doesn't really feel like the first time that we've seen him with a big 3K or a 4K in any given round. He just seems to be delivering. I don't know if, you know, it's like the most outrageous of rounds or anything like that, but he is certainly putting numbers on the board.
It's consistent. And he's been that reliable player for the team. And you know what's the craziest thing? This smoke was set up by, I believe, not DH. I think it's Cinder. It's meant to block off ramp, but Izu just plays around it instead, and it kind of works out against Varel. So a little bit unfortunate. Not entirely sure. I'll have to look that back, but either way now, T1 so confident. A sudden quick pacey push out towards A.
Whoa, Zexy in a bit of trouble there, but somehow gets out alive. The dog going to try and chase him down. DH also faltering. Showstopper not going to connect, and Varel just crunch their way back in and deal with T1.
Not fully expecting players to be reaggressing or peeking back out from the top of vents as well. So again, some slight, mistakes that we do start to see from T1 at times. Quicker rotations from Varel as well does work out pretty handily, but the round's not over yet. Looking for some isolated kills if possible, but Varel playing disciplined as well.
I mean, this will take some clutching for T1. It's not over, you're right, but they don't really have any avenues in.
There's a possible haunt for Asuna at some point too. at any point could toss it. 30 seconds for T1. Izu's just going to tuck into a corner, hope that someone pushes up at some point, but if not, work off of heaven.
T1 are really playing for the mistake from Varel here. They're really hoping they're going to get the swing or the peak, and they just have not. It's been very disciplined from Varel thus far. There's the first real opportunity, and it might have been grabbed
seconds.
had that second kill gone through for Izu. They're not aware of another player on the site, so that 10-second timer will now become an impossibility to overcome, if not even the kills, as Varel claimed the 8th.
So either way, I mean, that was a mammoth task for T1 to pull together. But you admire the resilience, just trying to put forth what they can, do a bit of damage possibly to Varel, but I don't think their economy is looking too bad, especially with the win. That said, you have to credit Varel's discipline as well, right? If someone had peeked out a little bit too far off, perhaps Suna, then that could have been a very different round, but thankfully we'll have a bit more of an elongated map. 2-2-1 this time though, T1. Gonna slow things down. Varel thinking to stack up towards mid.
Oh, that's rough for Foxy. It could get rougher as well. Meteor changing up his position. He's got the backup as well. Those paint shells are going to be a real problem for Zuna. They've not quite gone deep enough to finish him off. So he does survive, but it is still a numbers advantage here for T1. And the pull from DH has gone onto the A side. He can get a plant. He probably should get a plant right now. This round is starting to get a bit too chaotic. That time pressure for T1 would be nice.
Munchkin pit. Munchkin has pit. This is going to be great for the post plant. Blocks off screens.
Yeah, and it's a long rotate for Varel to get across anyway. This is costing them, you know, 10, 15 seconds, which doesn't sound like much, but when you've got to get through all this util, maybe it is. Munchkin hit by that Nightfall, no doubt about that. DH out in no man's land, swing in, was stuck by that slow orb as well, so had nowhere to go, and now it's really on Munchkin on this side to have an impact. He's outside of his pit, but now darking back in and buying all that time that is necessary. The shot comes through though from Sexy, who chased him down. Defuse is there for Varel, and the map gets closer again.
Varel, they just keep finding fire with fire. A pit comes up, they toss in a Nightfall. And unfortunate for DH, he was holding on to a Paranoia. I was kind of hoping they would play around the pit, send a Paranoia back after Varel tosses in, you know, whatever utility they have. In that case, would have been a Nightfall. Buys a bit of time for Munchkin to play around, perhaps, but without that, you know, he holds the angle, goes down early. That was a tough fight. But at the same time, if you were T1, given your
timeout.
hence the timeout. They'll buy up whatever they can and still have enough for the next round. They have pulled off Thrifties before, so same can be said for Varel. We're kind of hungry for information.
Going to be just Foxy9 in middle right now for them, and that's where the predominant force is going to be headed for T1. Very quick up over the top for both Buzz and Meteor. They take that space really, really fast, and so T1 have the opportunity here to kind of keep that pace up, that pressure on. But really, it has to come down to Meteor finding an entry here, and there was one. The chance has gone begging, though. It's a little messy in the end. The recovery isn't quite in for T1. They had the right idea. They had the right position, but the execution was just missing a tiny bit, and that is going to be their undoing for this round. So we should be seeing a 10-10, an equalizing scoreline.
I mean, that honestly was well done by Zexy, though. Like, Yeah, the idea is you just don't expect your opponents to be going that fast on like what should be their half buy or eco round, but it was, so they were a little bit caught off guard. But Zexy had the quick moves, immediately drops off of Raptors, and that throws off Meteor's whole spray pattern. He was not able to control that recoil, and because of that, he couldn't get the first duel that was needed to get the ball rolling. So now it's a tied up score. And depending on how this next round goes, T1 might be in a precarious position. Zexy has a showstopper as well. Could very well surprise them with a showstopper play.
นี่อ่ะโดนเบ็ด
There's no getting out of there for Munchkin.
Oh.
Zexy's been having a day for sure. And improving upon that as well. Cops a little bit of a top up there from LP just to say good work. So back to 100 HP. And I mean, we have to start getting into the cast, the part of the cast now where we think, can Varel win this map? Because I feel like for
สวยเลย
now,
พี่กิน
up to this point, we've kind of been going, oh, okay, T1's been ahead. They've looked like the team that would close this map out. But now Varel feels like they're in with a real chance. Seekers are going to be invested. T1,
oh, that's so good.
Not holding anything in check for this round. They really want to try and convert it. Guiding Light's going to go through, but they're walking into a massive crossfire. Varel
เละเทะเละเทะ
set
เละ
up
เทะ
perfectly for that take. T1, are they going to falter at the final hurdle? The 11th hour could be their undoing.
They're getting hit by a rock, Jordan.
It's a big rock.
And again, it's down to, I guess, Izu once more to try to find what he
30
can.
seconds left.
Cinder's right up behind, though, so this round, as far as I'm concerned, is done. There we go.
Cinder, he took a little bit to cotton onto Izu's peak there, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, 11 and 10. And that one, I have to say, MVP of that round is LP. He might not be doing the most work with the kills, but that wall showstopper, you just don't expect your opponent to be doing that. And then the way he layers his slows as well, doesn't immediately dump two, saves up one more. So he kind of just confirms where his opponents are going to commit towards. The second one comes in and his teammates are already prepared with a crossfire of their own. And that's why Sage kind of works out very nicely in this double duelist meta. It's a counter to the meta. We'll kind of see how it continues to shape up as well. Same position.
Yeah, I mean, not much cash money here for T1, so they are once again kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, but hey, apparently a Sheriff can get it done. Foxy9 goes down. It's a similar approach, right? You've got Buzz and Meteor given the power weapons in this round and asked to do the job on the entry, and again, Meteor falls at the hands of Zexy. That's your Phantom lost as well. That is irretrievable.
Another heads-up duel that Meteor hasn't really been able to pick up. Quick with the rotations over on the A side, though. Oh, but they just can't take down LP.
DH spotted out in the middle there as well, so should be no surprise that there's a swing coming through for Zuna, who makes short work of it. T1 really fumbling the bag here. This was looking like such a calm game for them, but now it almost feels like it's out of their hands.
It really makes you want to root for the underdog, don't it? This is Varel's pick, albeit T1 aren't Titans in Pacific. This does not feel like a doable round with the multiple players all around top of B Heaven.
GG หรือ OT
And that's map point now as well. The final possible buy for T1. Otherwise, it's going to be a 13-10. You're going to have to make it an overtime play at this point.
Yeah, money and all sorts of problems, obviously, for T1 at the back end of this half. A couple of these sort of hero rounds that haven't worked out for them, and that has put them in this deep hole now where they have to pull back these 2 rounds. Timeout's going to
just avoid it completely. Somehow, because if they just play the way that they have been playing, where default is, it's just going to be them getting isolated bit by bit. They run into the slow orbs, and they're just not able to quite make it out
เรียกได้ว่า
alive.
บุกไม่เข้า
So 4-1 this time around, heavy emphasis towards B. It's just Cinder up to the task.
Pit early out in mid for Varel to cause a bit more of a headache for T1.
No
That
way.
dog will go through. Foxy9 spotted out, but I don't think that's going to be too useful. It's like, what? The Viper's in the pit,
Obviously.
you know?
So you just start off with early pressure, early presence made known, and then just group up inside B and fully execute? Oh, this is
They're going to try it again.
not the most calculated.
Meteor and Buzz just trying to get out and create a bit of space. Yizu will be the one
คนวางเป้าหล่อแม่ง
filter
โดน
through
ดี
as
ประ
that
จำ
second
เล
or
ย
third man in and actually finds the entry. That's better for T1. Now Varel have to see if they want to invest what they've got here.
มันใจเย็น
Push
จัด
their way back into the site.
อะไรทำให้ท่านใจเย็นได้ขนาดนั้น
Chiming in with one apiece. It's still not really enough to stabilize that leaderboard at the moment. There's numbers for T1 and showstopper for Buzz. So the pressure is enough right now on T1 that he wants to invest it rather than save it for the next round. Oh, see how impactful that comes to be. Zuna's still looking for this round though, by the way. The nades and then
but
the kills from Buzz will be enough. So it's not over yet. 11-12. We will go max rounds on split.
ซื้อทุกอย่างครับ
You really start to feel the tension as well in the server. Buzz wanting to clear out the back of the pillar just in case. But either way, the ideas kind of worked out. If Cinder had picked up an initial frag, though, this could have been a very different result. So, not something that you can do a
ถาม
second.
เอากันรัวๆครับสาดใส่กันไม่พักเลยแบบจัด
As long as you don't meet into T1. Be wary. Oh, and it's going to be a full 5 stack from T1.
Yeah, the sage over towards B, so probably doesn't come into play that res, at least initially in the opening stages of the round. I wonder if we're going to get another fast play out here from T1. I think we probably will. DH can port back in onto the site as well if there's entries that are hit and they want to get in quickly. You know, the Blade Storm's out. These have been the more successful rounds for T1 in my mind, where they've gone a little bit faster, but Zuna's still in on the site. Trouble is, Meteor's gone past and dealt with Foxy9. It's getting a little awkward here, though, for T1. Meteor's out on an island.
No plant yet.
Yeah, they haven't gotten into the site cleanly. Zuna doing a lot of work holding on. And Cinder's timing here could be big. The res out onto Zexy. Munchkin needs 3. He gets 2. Meteor swinging back on in. He's been spotted out by LP. There's going to be a call. Please help me. And finally, Munchkin arrives. Meteor just ducking behind cover long enough. Round not yet done, though. Zuna, who was the sole reason they couldn't work their way into A, is now going to have to be the one that saves this round for Varel and avoids the OT.
He clears out ramps, knows that they're probably picking up the spike together. Has a seize as well. He's considering B site.
Well, it would be bold. It would be a galaxy brain move, because it seems like that's where T1 are headed as well.
Meets them by middle. Oh, T1 heads back. I wonder if they can maybe catch a glimpse of the crowd, you know?
I mean, the crowd's making a lot of noise here,
แล้ว
so
มันคิด
both
เยอะเลยขนาดนั้นนะ
sides of this equation are going to be
Turning
wondering
around.
what does that mean, you know?
Haunts back. This is big info now.
The orb's a good one to get them into the site.
10 seconds left.
Zuna's going to try and push out past it, but the plant is safe, so he's going to have to make noise if he wants to drop, unless a mistake is made by T1 and they peek him.
They probably will jiggle.
Munchkin looks like he wants to, but he's not seen anything just yet. There we go, info given, but a kill as well. Nightfall down. That's Meteor's position given away. Prowler to try and chase him. HP is low for Meteor. He's just going to try and take the fight forward.
แล้ว
That
ลูก
is
พี่เล่นเลยครับ
a bold play that works out. You'd think everything in your body is screaming run.
ลูกพี่
You're
จัดให้
23 HP, but he takes the fight instead. Secure the overtime.
Okay.
Farrell was very close to winning that round on multiple occasions, though.
The mentality you have to assume to make a play like that. You're down to red HP, you break the hunt, immediately go for the kill. That's Meteor. That's your 2 times Masters winner right there.
First day of the week, first overtime of the week.
I think we had the same thing last week as well.
I think so.
And it was the same team too. Farrell.
They love their OTs, that's for sure. See if they can actually convert this one. Worked hard for this map, but T1 might still reign supreme. Another commitment towards the A side. Izu under a lot of pressure here, but Cinder is not fooling anybody with that. Meteor gets way too easy of a kill, and Farrell are just sort of running into T1, but T1 have kind of done the same thing back and given them a couple of kills there. So 3-on-3, the retake required here for T1.
T1 has more util though. Paint shells, flash.
Maybe not even be a retake just yet. Site's not taken. Buzz wasn't really expecting LP to be walking around in no man's land like that, so kind of goes down for free, but the trade is in.
Spike planted.
Plant is in now as well. Zuna and Foxy.
They take the least likely approach, and the flash could be huge.
Yeah, that paranoia from DH. We'll see if it does get tossed on in. Smoke's going to go through as well. Paranoia just down the line, but both these attacking Varel players are on the site. That wall will help with the cross in a sense, but time is now really starting to get the better of T1 here, and DH can't see anything. It doesn't matter. The trade comes because Foxy9 is there to finish it off, and Varel once again have another bite at the cherry.
Switching sides.
That's a juicy fruit right there. Oh my god. Tried to work around the toxic screen instead. Munchkin was meant to get the flick. Unfortunately, Foxy9 has it instead, playing off of his teammate's contact. And that's why it's a little bit odd. T1 are making some of these moves which aren't exactly the most tactical, but I guess in those situations, it's the best that they had. So just trying to put together whatever they can. Now on for this last OT. Oh, big swing.
T1 working their way in through middle. Buzz is fighting his demons at the moment, just trying to hold Varel at bay outside of A.
It's spit it out a lot.
He certainly has. Heals coming through as well from Izu in the meanwhile, but Foxy9 on the off angle, he's got 2. This could be it for Varel. Snakebite through. Meteor wants to contest, but this time he gets a bit too overzealous. Pit up as well. Spike in that pit, and surely you're not getting past him. I've spoken too soon. Buzz goes one better. But it might still not be enough. The heroics from Foxy9 give T1 a deficit in this round.
Oh my god.
กลับไปบี
Down
เมน
to a minute. If Buzz gets one more kill, that's showstopper. It's a very possible way to turn things around, but you have to be so careful on every single corner, though. They're splitting
แยกเล่น
up
ด้วยวะ
just for Izu to try to catch someone if there is some kind of rotation, but no. Has a flash as well, which could pull some of the attention away.
Oh, but
no.
30 seconds left.
Buzz wanted that showstopper so bad, and he's got it, but he won't get to use it.
How do you not consider? Well, just Izu and a flash.
I mean, Izu's aware at least that there's one player at the backside here, but with 15 seconds, he's got to go back and get the spike. It's impossible, surely, with the time that he's got available to win this round. I just don't think he can get there. He's got the spike, but how do you get past all of these defenders? He has to plant. He has to plant. It's over. He cannot plant. Zexy goes down, but it will not matter. Varel will take map 1, and from the depths of nowhere.
ไปกันต่อครับถ้าบัตไม่ตายนี่ได้เล่นนั้นเนี่ย
mean, Barrel, they got to be feeling fans in the audience.
แต่มันเล่นดีจริงว่ะแมปเนี่ยต้องยอมรับเลยปิด2-1ไปทีต้องกลับมาวันนี้หวยจะล็อกคู่เปเปอร์เล็กนี่ถ้าสวนนี่6 แต้มอะโคตรเดือดอะได้ยังไงวะเหลือจะเชื่อว่ะ
But T1,
But you're right. It could
coming up in through Tier 1 into Ascension, we looked at a lot of his jet maps where he's having a lot of impact, but unfortunately that didn't really transition well into Tier 1. We saw him even playing the jet on this map in particular, and a lot of the time he was set up for lurks and things like that, and he didn't necessarily get that much more impact. But Raze is an agent where, yes, you see him getting a lot of frags with the gun here, but it has a lot more utility to offer to the team than the jet does. At the end of the day, even if your Raze can't do anything with his gun, he still has a nade and he's still going to mix in a couple of showstopper rounds. So the utility itself will offer a lot of value, especially if it's placed well within the structure of the whole team.
Now, Varel, it has been working out. Zexy performing really helped. Foxy9 initially, especially around that 10-10 score line, was a little bit on normal mode, but Varel, it didn't matter. Varel was still on a really good streak.
Yeah, I mean, I think he played a fantastic game last time round. In that team secret match, it was Foxy9 that was getting it across the line for them. And then in this one, I thought he was a little bit slower, but he definitely brings it back.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I wanted to highlight the game plan for Varel and the layers that they showed. In this round in particular, their whole game plan against Team Secret revolved around the Sage Wall on defense. They were often Sage Wall rotating and things like that. You see T1 break the Sage Wall, but this is the layer that I'm talking about. Zexy brings the showstopper behind the wall. Varel is very self-aware. They know, okay, we had this certain game plan on defense last time around, and T1 is a good enough team to adapt to that and play around it, but we're going to be one step ahead. And you see Foxy9 here, initial game against Team Secret was phenomenal on this map in particular, and he was consistent, again, putting up a good performance. There was rounds where T1, by the way, love that, the double B.
The W?
That's something I love to see.
Well,
but I also want to say, like, this map in particular, there was rounds where T1, they were walking down mid or something like that. They were doing mid walks, and there was a multi-frag from Foxy9.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like he was just unbelievable the whole way. I feel like I think he finds way to have massive amounts of impact. He takes over very, very key rounds. This is the experience and the clutch factor that I felt like Varel needed.
Again, but like T1, like I said, the same thing as the Sage Wall, by the way. Foxy9 is the hard lurk on the attacking side, and you saw him employ that style against Team Secret. There was rounds where T1, like Buzz didn't even rotate off A and would just sat flower pot waiting for Foxy9 to lurk out. They were well aware of it, and you could tell a lot of the game plan was push down and kill the Viper from T1, especially playing double duelist, an active kind of defensive side approach. And a lot of the time, Foxy9, yeah, sometimes he just died, but sometimes he was getting multi-frags and punishing them for it.
จริงหนองชิมมันเปลี่ยน2คนนะ
Yeah, especially near the end of
มันเปลี่ยน RB
the overtime.
เอาเปอร์เซียออกแล้วก็เอาใครออกคนนึง
It's
นะ
been looking really good for Valorant so far.
ไอ้
Yes,
มาร์กาเร็ต
the
อะ
scoreline was close, but they are going against T1.
เปลี่ยนเป็น
We've been
Egg Lord
talking about
โห
T1,
โห
how
ดเลย
good they are looking overall. Yes, they've won a trophy, and not just that. Unlike a lot of other trophy winners, they haven't really fallen off. I feel like they're still very much part of this game.
Absolutely. I really do think this is a team that can pull off wins against anyone. Now, we've not seen their Haven in some time. They didn't play it last week, and we know that we've seen role shifts around T1 when we saw it last. It was that double duelist chamber. So I'm curious if that's something that they want to stick with, or if, you know, they're looking to redefine the roles a little bit.
But this is the whole reason why I was backing Varel coming into this season. We've seen these two teams play this map against each other before. It was 13-11 in the favor of T1. It's a very winnable game that, for my money, Varel actually threw. Like, they could have won that game, that map already over T1 in the past, and unfortunately just kind of made a few mistakes that I'm hoping coming into stage 2 here, especially with the addition of Foxy9, that they've learned from and improved. And so I'm feeling like this is a very winnable series for Varel, but T1 won't be happy with how that last map went, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just turn on here.
Can you just give me your best, like, double V pose for the Varel fans before we go in?
We got to sync up again.
We want the double V spells W. Yeah,
they got to pick that up.
Yeah, Varel fans must be so happy right now. Like Jordan pointed out in the audience as well, there are a lot of people who are here supporting Varel.
Yeah,
supporting Foxy9.
They're so loud.
Yeah,
the Varel supporters. I love to see it.
It's so cool. There's so much talent here in Korea. All the Korean teams have sort of made their mark on the scene one way or another, and to have another core roster, it is a Japanese team, but the core roster, honestly, is Korean. It's very exciting to see. So, as we go into this, you guys feeling pretty confident about your Varel predictions?
I'm feeling pretty good.
I feel like they have a good chance to win. I really wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if T1 just show their veterancy here. I want to see what comp they're bringing out and who's playing what. Exactly like you said, Morgan, like T1 has a couple of different ways that they can go with this. We've seen them kind of play that double controller style on a breeze. We've seen them kind of play an aggressive style on something.
We gotta change.
Okay, I was making the Cinder Klaus comparison. I was surprised they kept Cinder in. Klaus is being subbed in here for Varel. I want to see what role he's playing in particular.
Map 2 ครับ
Meteor 200's map here. He is really the centerpiece.
200 map.
Right
guys like swapping out six-man. Do you believe in this?
So,
this is an old topic.
I've been on teams where we did this. 2023, I did this. And it's difficult. It's really hard for the player that comes in second because they don't have that same amount of warm-up time. They're not feeling as hot in that server. So a lot to look forward to here for Klaus, potentially. He's coming in on that Omen as well. So the role where Cinder has kind of always played. So I'm very intrigued as to why you would do the swap if it's not for a role advantage.
I totally agree. That was my exact thoughts. We'll see how he does go on that. Because as far as I'm concerned, if he shows a better fragging performance here, I mean, I'm really going to question Cinder being in the team, at least looking at his statistics, although he did have a big clutch on Split and a couple of good rounds. For T1, this is pretty much bread and butter what they did on Sunset. This is double duelist, Meteor on the chamber, and they're going to get aggressive.
Well, maybe T1 will bring out stacks next map if we go to map 3. Who really knows? But I want to know what Jordan and Quack think of six-man rosters. Over to you.
Listen, look, I don't really care about six rosters. All I'm thinking in my head is the only thing more outrageous than Morgan's 6-9 sweater would be a Varel upset today, a 2-0 against T1. So let's see if they can do it. He's brought something outrageous on the desk. I want to see something outrageous down in the server. Six-man rosters, not really sold, frankly speaking, but we can hope for the best.
Must play Harper. No, it's a really good point for sure. And talking about statistics as well, since Billy was on the topic, Klaus is not someone who plays controller that much, mostly Sentinel. So yeah, he was kind of right. But I guess since Foxy9 is in as well, you kind of hope that they have been workshopping this throughout the entire offseason. So we'll see what happens. Either way, though, quite evident this entire matchup comes down to the Duelists and the Sentinels. We start things off with Meteor pushing up A.
A pistol round would be very nice for Varel to get on the board if they could, you know, front run a little bit in this matchup, put some of that pressure back onto T1. I think, yeah, I mean, based on what we saw in that first map, it is very doable, but it's hard to go against T1 even despite the fact that they're down a map.
Yeah, this is their map. They play it so much. Comp that they've worked around several times as well already, but okay, Varel creeping up B. Buzz to contact.
Oh, Buzz well
Boom.
down. Foxy9 putting together a performance similar to last week could be a key difference maker. Zexy took a few tries there to get the better of Munchkin, but in the end does drop him. Shock Dart's putting in some work. Hunter, not a whole lot of that. LP leaning one up, Klaus another. The filter in onto this site has been good, and now it's a 1v3 for Varel. And like I said, man, if they can get the pistol, if they can front run, then they can put some of that pressure onto T1, and who knows what we get today.
Okay, well, I guess we got
TH
mid-air headshots, wall bangs, but 2v1 on a retake. This is not going to be the easiest of tasks. Immediately sends in the smoke just to clear out Hell. Kind of knows that site is kind of clear too, so he has his suspicions. Wow, paranoia upwards.
It's all good. Not a big deal.
I mean, he kind of knows exactly where his opponents are. This is not impossible for DH.
Yeah, it's tough though. Or the dart cancelled out, so they don't know exactly where he is. They know roughly, and so that is going to mean Klaus has to drop in. Does the job though for Varel.
ถ้าให้เขามันลงมาแล้วมันแพ้เนี่ยคืออย่างเชี่ยเลยนะ
And that's 3 for 3 on the pistols for Varel so far.
Well, you gotta make sure you do not let this next round slip.
It's pretty incredible. Yeah, they did that on the last map for sure, but looking at how they're playing right now, I mean, again, as to Pilly's point, actually, against Team Secret last week, Varel did have pretty hot starts as well. It was until Team Secret started to show off some of their more set strats that things start to get a little bit dicey. But right now, should be good for at least one more. They're playing things rather reserved currently. Meteor again.
He's gonna
บอก
have
เลย
to
นะ
want
ถ้า
to
พรุ่ง
make
นี้
something
ญี่ปุ่น
happen
ช
in
นะ
this
2
round. He's
คู่
got
นะ
4 in the
รวย
headhunter
แต้ม
here.
จัดอะ
No chance apparently to use it as Klaus will just finish him off.
Clean.
แต่ถ้าชนะคู่เดียวก็รวยแต้มละแต่ถ้าแพ้หมดนี่ก็คือเสียแค่
even though he doesn't maybe have
2
the
แต้ม
most
มันจะไล่
officials
เขาไม่ทัน
on controller role. In the 1v1s, he's still solid. And ultimately, that's what he's got to do.
อ๋อเยอะมาก
Needed swing though, but LP can get out pretty simply. Oh, he's gonna get stunned up.
Yeah, he's cool.
โดนโถมตายไปเลย
He does spot multiple players and just sends the rest of the troops over towards A. So
wow,
it's a good call in the end for Varel. They do lose a player, but
what's impressive is how they're setting up post-plant, actually. Look at Zexy's positioning. Foxy9 as well, just to try to cut off some of the rotations. They can always head back to site.
Yeah, you got the trip down over the other side as well, so they don't really have to invest as many resources there. Foxy right into the headshot from Buzz. This is where things could maybe start to get a little bit awkward. We don't want to be seeing it happen again in very similar fashion. Here comes T1 to try and make this retake work. Klaus looking to stand and deliver. Zexy there as well. Missed shots. They're closing the gap a little bit. Not again.
What?
You cannot afford to
T1
lose those
มัน
kinds of
retake
rounds.
What
คุกคิก
just happened? Come on.
จ่ายของก่อนไม่ได้ชนะเฉยงงเลย
Let's put that on replay. Let's break that down.
คุณเซนเราการหน้าเป็นห่วงครับก็ดูไปลุ้นไปครับมีอะไรต้องปรับอีกเยอะ
They had the post-plant position. Sure, it was a sort of 4v4, but the individual fights.
จุดเริ่มต้นคือ
Foxy9 whipping the shot, like, just no. How?
โอ้โหคมจัด
Even Munchkin was surprised that he got that round.
Oh, that is just, man, it takes a real dagger to the heart of Varel's chances, but Foxy9's going to opt to invest here. They
Chamber
want
ทำไม
to
ไม่
go
ทะลุ
for the
สโม
hero
กไปเลย
rifle
ใช่ไหม
play, but it's on the side button. And hey, apparently that works. Okay.
เอาดี
I don't
บัส
know what's going on anymore.
Zexi's going to try and close the distance as well. It's Izu that will finish off Klaus, but I mean, at the very least for Varel, it
โอ้
is
นิดนึง
them in to see with a plant. Meteor
Boom.
headshot onto a sliding Zexi. And LP has a headshot there as well, but unfortunately just doesn't have the stopping power with
เนี่ย
that
เลยเมื่อกี้
classic.
เปิดก่อน
Again,
ได้
there
ปู
was
ด
chances in this round for Varel, but
เกือบ
T1
ดีแล้วครับราวนี้
are thriving in this messy game at the moment. See if Foxy9 can deliver.
Player standing.
Not this time. And that will be too much to ask for Zuna, so a nice effort from
P,
Varel,
cool.
but T1 starting to look good again on Haven.
I guess so. It's just kind of starting to feel like who's more consistent, who's in better form right now. And I guess on that front, T1 has to be a part of that discussion just because of the sheer multitude of players that they have, all the potentials that they can bring. You start off the round like really, how do I say, ballsy, just sitting on an orb, trying to pick it up. You waltz through Garage with not much a care in the world, I guess because you're in an eco anyway. But even with all the weaponry that they did bring into this round, despite getting the spike in, they were not able to hold off against T1. Like, whiff shot and Meteor still swings out with the Headhunter. So we're going to give another go for Varel, now trying to build up. But let's have a listen in to see how T1 starts to piece things together.
페이크 조심, 페이크 조심. 오멘 피닉스 들어왔다. 드론 쭉 들어왔다. 천천히 해봐.
얘들아 이거 리테 가자 이거.
나 연막 있어, 없어. 지금 바로 하자. 가자, 바로.
간다. 언더 뺑 깠어.
Spike.
나 불러.
디폴트. 롱.
ลงเฮ้ยคนเกาหลีพูดไทยว่ะ
싱할게.
Player standing.
천천히. 걸릴 수 있어? 나 연막 3초 기다려.
케이지.
나도 사이트에서 써, 사이트에서 줘. 나 왼쪽.
Well, Foxy alive in the 1v2. We'll see what he can put together. It was a good effort from
มันไว้ใจ
him
ได้
and
ทุกคน
LP, but it's not going to be enough. That was a brilliant retake to start things off for T1 before it
ไว้
went
ใจได้
a
ทุกคนครับ
little bit haywire.
Yeah, definitely comes close thanks to the positioning from Varel, but you can hear through the comms, right? Just how snappy everything is. As soon as they spot the hit, everyone rotates over. They call for coordinated swing together as well, which is why, despite things getting a little bit hairy, they lose a couple of players in some parts with LP swinging out from long. They still have enough for those trades, and that's that extra layer of consistency coming out from T1. 3-1 right now, and they can continue to build up off of this, especially if they get this round against Varel, what could be their final buy in quite a while. We'll have to start things off slow, but this is where you have to watch out for Meteor as well, because you can bet your bottom dollar he's on an op.
Watch your eyes.
LP, what kind of funny business is he up to here? Just to flash out the smoke in middle to try and push T1 away. There's no commitment behind it.
Yeah, T1 has been pretty confident.
Klaus,
Maybe, ooh,
he's lurked up pretty far, so he's heard those footsteps off of B. Heard two sets of footsteps over towards A.
trying to apply pressure against Meteor now.
Oh, Buzz with the perfect timing. Just catches LP as he tries to fade away
บัตร
around
มัน
the
ชับ
corner.
ช่วย
It's just not calculated enough. I didn't think that Buzz would have been close by.
This is bold from Klaus, but it works. Apparently, he had way more than
ว
he
งนี้
could
เจออยู่2
chew
คน
on there, though. There was multiple players, and there still is multiple players. DH just does avoid that relay bolt. Foxy9 though
Foxy.
still locks in with the headshot. Varel might be in with a chance in this round. It's been a mad round.
อะไร
I don't
วะ
know how they've managed to
งงว่าราว
bully
นี้
their way in onto A.
มันเป็นไปได้ยังไง
They certainly have done so, and they've got the info as to where Meteor is as well. Neural theft came through from Foxy9 earlier.
พี่คัด
Definitely aware now either way. But the off angle, Meteor's probably gonna want to save this one. And that is wonderful coming out from
ได้ไง
Varel.
วะเรา
That
นี่
looked like a round that Varel should have no business winning. I mean, the X factor from Klaus. I don't know how he's walked into the site there and got himself a kill.
It's pretty weird, isn't it? But like, if you zoom out and kind of take a look at it, I mean, I'm starting to see what it is now as well. on paper it doesn't make the most sense because it's just one guy walking into A. However, it's a bit of rhythm, it's a bit of tempo as well. As soon as his teammates are close enough, and because he heard the footsteps, he knows A is a little bit more reinforced, and T1 just, withheld a bit of pressure up towards the C site. So what T1 doesn't know is that the rotations are already underway towards A, and they're still sitting on towards C with at least 2 players. And in all that time, they're not fully expecting a hit out towards A site, and Klaus is able to isolate at least 1 kill. And then immediately, the timing at which he finds that 1 kill is when his teammates are close enough to peek back out off of him. So Foxy9 comes in, gets the trade, and just through like all this little bit of timing and spacing, they actually managed to flood the site. Now they have to go again. It's worked out from before, but I don't know if they can do that twice in a row.
Yeah, but then again, Varel, if they can continue to kind of bring T1 down and play this messy game, it might work out for them. They're fast into B this time around. It's a really quick plan, or at least an attempt at a quick plan, as that Hunter's Fury is going to sort of follow LP as he backs out.
God.
They are going to reroute their way back over to C. They've already taken garage control. Smoke is out to try and give a little bit more space to play backside for T1, but maybe they don't need that space. DH is just killing everyone. Izu hiding behind the fast lane. Varel tried to pick the pace up in his direction, just losing their lives across the board. Getting a little bit too tricky with it there, Varel, I think.
Possibly. I still like it though. They baited out the Hunter's Fury. These kids are just zooming around the map. They blaze walled up inside of B. Hunter's Fury comes out, immediately pivot over onto C. However, had they only had, maybe 1 more smoke or someone to mark the back of spawn, they might have been able to fend off Meteor and his advances. Unfortunately for that, Meteor gets 2 kills and the whole thing plays out. Now they're broke. Meteor's still on an op. Rel's gonna have to really figure it out. They're just gonna keep going.
Well, straight into Meteor's off. It's not going to be the way to make it happen here for Klaus. They will still commit to this A site. Varel has no chill at the moment. That slide is enough to get Zexy across to safety, and it is also enough to get a plant here. Zuna
ทำไมมันไม่ให้ไอ้ฟินิกแผ่นวะมันขาดอยู่ออฟหนึ่งแล้วโซว่ามีอันติอยู่แล้วด้วย
T1 should be able to put this round together, though. They've got the weaponry advantage and they've got all the util in the world to try to get their way back in. Again, Foxy having the timing for an impact kill, and he's done it again. He's got another triple. I don't know where this guy has come from, but Foxy9 is ripping T1 apart.
He just dives straight into the lion's den, bares his chest like, I don't care. I'm getting a multi-kill this round. This is my game.
He's 10-5.
Oh my god. Let's get it from his POV because I need it. Klaus, unfortunately, the sacrificial lamb, but he's just so good at holding the angles.
I mean, you can see why they give him the hero rifle in these rounds, can't you? He's always the one that's wanting to push the issue. He always wants to kind of take the fight.
Fair enough. It's very unlike how a Korean team tends to play, and I think that's what's working out a little bit as well. But what is this now? You're TPing all the way to the back alone, Klaus.
Meteor's looking for him. They're all looking for him. Varel will have to make a move now because Klaus is a dead man. Surely the paranoia hit, but so did the headhunter. Now this is going to open up enough space, though, for Varel to sort of filter into that C site. That's kind of what they wanted. Obviously, they would have loved a kill from Klaus. But they get the plan.
Now they have to hold the forward space, run it back, invested.
LP in with a chance. He actually got one onto Izu there despite being hit by the relay bolt. Foxy9 in onto DH as well. And LP, now that he's been sent back, can cause more of a ruckus. Another flash through. It's not even necessary as Varel sweep T1 aside. I'm starting to believe.
You have to. This is incredibly entertaining. They just... It's like Paper X the Fold. They just keep going round after round. Nobody does this. Korean teams don't do this, not without a set plan in motion. But these kids TP out towards the back. Everyone just picks up the pace, straight up go C. As soon as they have the sight, they know that T1 are in chaos, and then they hold the forward space. Although there was one more player out towards the back, and I believe that.
Timeout.
money is quite poor for T1. So, I mean, just imagine, by the way, how this game would look had Varel converted on their pistol. You know, it would be Varel out in front at this point. T1 could still win this round. That's what kind of worries me a little bit. I see matches like this all the time. I see underdogs doing well, looking good, and then they just lose these kinds of cheeky little rounds. They lose to the Force Buys, they lose to the Ecos.
It's okay, Jordan.
Can't afford that now as Varel. This round, it doesn't look like it should be hard, but sometimes these are the most difficult to get through.
We have to believe. I know, we've been stung one too many times in our past casts, but I'm feeling something here. They're taking things slow. Kind of careful.
I think that's a better approach against a buy like this. You don't know what the setup's really going to be like for T1. You don't know if they've maybe invested a rifle. They've got someone on an aggressive push somewhere. Ooh. Drone's hunting.
It's going off of it as
ไม่ยอมไปได้
What's
หนึ่ง
happened there?
ลูกพี่
Meteor just kind of
เหลือจะ
baiting
เชื่อ
Foxy 9 in.
ว่าลูกพี่จะโดนซะแล้ว
So that's how it starts.
Okay. Corner for Buzz.
Yeah, they're going to walk their way into C, and there's 4 players here.
Anti-flash.
Oh no, Varel. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's see if they can make it happen anyway. It's 2 for 2 on the entry. Klaus starting to stabilize. The
มี
overdrive
ออน
from
สไล
Zexy.
ด์เอาหรอโอ้โห
Take a sigh of relief.
Spike
เหลือ
Enough
เชื่อ
to get Varel into the site with a plant. But Meteor could still be good for it. They don't know exactly where he's coming from, and he has a
lining up
nice
for him.
timing. They're around the corner. They're around the corner. Breathe, breathe. Meteor lining them up, like you said. Tapping on that defuse. Klaus with a good tag in there, but not really enough.
Oi.
Kill the spam through the wall.
โอ้โห
Like,
Pete.
oh, Varel are going to give me a heart attack.
พี่ก็เอาสุด
It's
เกิน
alright, Jordan. We're in the clear. It's
เวลา
okay.
เหลือตั้งเยอะ โอ้โห
You don't have to shiver and shake anymore.
We might have another map and a half of this. I don't know what clear we're talking about.
You have to admit, it's just fun though. Trust and belief in the team that could. And it's Zexy with the overdrive to bring the numbers back. Klaus thought to maybe send out a paranoia, but thought that he was stuck on the defuse anyway. And all that time, we still have to recognize, you know, DH, for all his efforts, is still kind of a rookie.
Big
We'll
round
go at
here,
it again.
T1, lots to work with. Oh, DH, he might be under a bit of pressure. Foxy 9 and Klaus again chiming in with the entries. One on long, one on short, and again the pace will pick up for Varel. Right now you got Munchkin hiding in on the side, trying to survive. That's impossible when LP is
โอ้
pushing
โซเวอร์จ
forward.
ริง
And now they have the site. This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want from a double duelist team. I expect, I think to
Foxy.
see things like this from a
Oh.
Southeast Asian team like Sharper, well not Sharper, 555 perhaps,
Sure,
the challengers,
555, yeah.
Teleport's ready.
but not a Korean team. Varel, yeah, actually makes sense, and it's very lovely because T1 just don't know what to do with it. They don't expect it too often, even though Meteor is on and off. It's just so fast. Like, they have 2 players in different positions out towards A short. They swing together, tough to fight off. Now you have the sight. It's a bit of a consolation prize
Well,
for Buzz.
Again, you know, 6-4. I said I'm starting to believe, and I am starting to believe, but opportunity now for Varel to really push the issue here, really sink the boot in if they can get another round or 2 in this half.
Sure.
You know, these last couple of rounds, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout come through from either side. They matter so much for both teams, these last 2.
I just want to see them turn the dial up to an 11. Just keep going. Keep going faster and faster.
No timeout.
ดัน
Let's
บุก
go.
ดันบุก
Meteor still on and off, of course. What I am a little bit worried, which, you know, we can reserve for a later discussion, would be Varel on the defense. But for now,
Certainly a later thing. I mean, Zexy got a judge in hand, so you can imagine what kind of play we're going to get from him in this round as well. Wants to just get into the thick of things.
okay. Just straight into garage all of a sudden.
Counter flash ready and waiting. Trademark in there as well to get the information. Drone round
Ui.
the corner. Buzz
But-
with a quick
พอ
flick.
ดี
Seeing if he can be the hero. That's a nice kill for Meteor to grab, but he can't
โอ้
hold
ลูก
on
พี่
to
ปืน
the
ยังไม่
site.
ยกเลย
So
ปะ
again,
โถ
side opens up, although this time for Varel, it is at a numbers deficit. Foxy 9 alive though. He's the kind of guy
Spike
that
planted.
ฟ็อก
pulled
ซี่
that
9
numbers
ยังอยู่เลย
deficit back in as many shots.
Pulled up around garage. His camera doesn't spot anything, so he's less worried about a flank. So all focused out towards the front.
Zuna, Paranoia is not quite going to go deep enough, and he hears the steps coming forward from Izu. No players crossed, and now Meteor.
Ui!
Foxy9
It's
trying to come
Zuna,
into play. It's Zuna that gets 2, and Foxy9 for another one. Varel just
My God.
pulling this round out of nowhere. 7-4. And
Yeah.
surely now, T1 are feeling the pressure.
Production, give me Zuna's POV right now. Oh my God. Initially with the shot, but the way that he played the pixel angle from around plat was perfect. This. And then gets the flick off of Izu hopping up. That is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy from Zuna.
เอางี้ถ้าสับฝั่งแล้ว
Revel in the glory.
วาเลวได้พก GG เลย
Could we really be seeing Varel start this season 2-0? Zexy and Foxy9 again, as they have been so many times, are the openers for the round for Varel.
You know what's something another president said? Yes, we can. We can see it 2-0, I think.
There you go.
Joke's over.
Buzz trying to hold. He's going to be
เบรกไฟเบรก
away.
เออ
Tries to dump as much util as he can to build a bit of space on this side, but it is not going to be enough to stop Varel from getting their way forward. Munchkin in there, but somehow Buzz gets nothing done. 2-on-2, very quickly brought back. Foxy9 always on the front foot. And another plant here for Varel and a potential 8-4 lead heading into the second half. Zuna has the Hunter's Fury. May not be needed. Foxy9 calibrating for the kill. 8-4. You are kidding.
Yes, we can, baby. Oh my God. And T1 in that, well, latter portion of the first half were just absolutely sucked into playing Varel's game. The moment they flicked that switch and started to go fast pace on every single hit, even sometimes a little bit more calculated because of the variance in how they're hitting different sites, it's just unexpected. And because of the positions, because of Foxy9 setting up tripwires towards the back, T1 cannot set up any code for putting him in his Oh, crushed because I banked in on T1. We'll see though. I was worried about this half because if Varel overheats on a defense, then they're going to play catch up, and that's not good. So they need this one if they are to make it clean. But same goes for T1, and they've got 3 sheriffs.
It ain't over till it's over. Pistol round important. Victoria would like you to know that she also has him. Doesn't want to be left out.
T1 slows things down.
Vic's not very good.
Dan
at
book,
building,
Dan book.
so it's probably a moot point. Anyway,
she can learn a thing or two from you.
That's right. T1 working their way up towards A. You've got Zuna just spotting on the pixel line to try and get the information. It is more of a retake setup from Varel than anything else.
Foxy9 onto flank. Needs to break the trip just to pull some attention away for his team. But now the pressure is on. They have to work against the spike. No one's playing from heaven.
Smoke's gone through. Here comes the swing. Zexy instantly deleted. Always tough,
โอ้โห
but
ขอแทน
refrag in from Klaus and Varel once again just barreling their way forward until they run
คือบัตร
into
ต้องเชอรี่
Buzz,
สเปรย์คอน
the
โทรล
brick wall.
Buzz vibrating with just absolute furiousness.
แล้วบัตรจะมี
He's
อันติ
angry
แล้ว
again. But you just
เรา
have
สาม
to
เมียนตี
admire
ครับ
again
ตาม
how
ส
this
ไตล์
retake
ฟินิ
was almost about to go through if not for Buzz. Initial contact with Zexy. The hot hands tossed in off of Zexy just trying to hop around. And that's enough for players who tend to fall back into its graffiti to try to hold the position. So they managed to break up the crossfire. But Buzz just comes back
ได้
in,
ผมก็
shoots
ไปกัน
them
ต่อ
all down with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I think he caught a couple on reload. Varel invested their payload a little too early.
Okay. Go in for the orb. They want the round 3 ult.
Yeah, the round 3 run it back would be nice. It's going to take a little bit of work for LP to get there.
Otherwise, to play close where they can and hope for a pistol kill. Meteor's great leap, well positioned by middle. Neither side making a move though. Is LP gonna get a little bit too greedy now?
Right here.
Yes.
จะกินไหวตัวทันครับ
That's what I was worried about.
I think it's fine to take that risk though, you know, in a round like this.
Yeah, but can't be doing those on those actual buy rounds.
No,
Write this one
definitely
off.
4 players over towards the A site though. Spikes over towards
เฮ้ย
C.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยจริงปะเนี่ย
Not sure we're really going to see much of
เฮ้ยแล้ว
over
ทีวันมัน
investment
รู้
here
ตัว
from
ชิบหาย
T1. DH is
เฮ้ยโคต
going
ร
to
เฉียบ
stick
อ่ะ
around, see if he can get up to a bit of a ruckus himself. Actually gets out
30
alive.
seconds left.
This is all going exactly to plan for T1.
Perfect positioning all throughout. I think
โอ้โห
Feral are
ปั้น
just
บัต
gonna
แบบสุด
take the long, safe route towards C.
Got spike.
And in all that time,
จะได้ไม่
Buzz
ต้อง
just
เสีย
sets
ปืน
up,
เสียเกาะครับ
min maxes every little bit of advantage they have. He gets his ult. Smokes are up as well. DH can put another one up, but they're going to leave it open because they want to farm.
Shot down.
จะเสียละเสีย
Well,
ปืน
Munchkin,
เกาะ
nice and easy, picking them
เอ้ย
apart.
เพื่อนเก็บไป
Mouse can't get any more done for Varel, so the gap closes to 2. And you said you were worried about this defensive half. This next round will be the big tell as to what this might look like for Varel.
It really would be. So I'm not really inspired by too much apart from that one little retake protocol and the pistol. This one is just perfect. Every single advantage, T1 maximizes it. Buzz has his ult. Munchkin is a couple away, I believe, from his Hunter's tree. Oh, 3. And that's going to be pretty impactful depending on how the rest of this half could go. Once more with the early A presence, nothing marking the back. And I think Pharaoh should start to recognize that they can maybe start to test that as well. Because it's not a cipher, it's a chamber. As long as Meter doesn't show anything, Pharaoh might be able to start to send up flanks, but now it's going to be go time.
Once again, they're going to play for the retake. Foxy9 might have a crack.
Ui.
Oh my word! Bit of a tap in onto Izu, though Zexy will fall as well. So
Ui,
both
chặt
the Neons
Izu.
out of play early on in this round. Plan's going to go down 4-on-4 for the retake. Drone, I don't know if it's spotted Meteor.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Surely you've still got to clear that angle, though, if you're going to come through. Maybe a flash around the corner. No, they've not cleared it.
No.
You have to clear that. Meteor.
ข้อดีของการโดนแฟดครับ
A
ยืนหลับไปเลย
simple
ไม่มี
mistake
ใคร
for
รู้
Varel will lose them the round.
Enemies close.
Jordan.
And you know what's the ironic thing about that is that position is where Foxy9 was causing such a problem for
ผม
T1 from
ไม่ได้
as
ส
well.
แปมเนี่ยมันเห็น
Both Sentinels on both teams. This is ridiculous. I was worried. I think we're all worried now. Oh, Varel. You
ถ้าไวเร็วชนะจะเป็น
can't
ผล
go
ดี
down
ครับ
like this. You had an 8-4. Bonus for T1. Now they're off to an eco or a half buy. T1 are just having their way with things. Oh, it goes again. Now trying to push up in the sea. Let's listen to Varel.
3명. 지가 안 싸우는데 그대로. 야, 오 몰아준다 피닉스 얘들아.
최대한 안 찍어볼게 그냥.
Spike planted.
한테 죽고 싶은데.
챔버 A 쪽판 것도 생각해야 될 듯.
A 아울로.
생각해 너네.
CCT 믿는가 보죠.
A 아울로 다잉.
ผม
And it's just stock standard. They tried to go for something, but immediately met with the outlaw, all sorts of resistance. T1 immediately has to sight. At this point, their best bet just to try to find exits or die to the spike. It's not looking good for Varel.
No, 8-8 will be the scoreline. There's no doubt about that. And all of a sudden, this map starts to feel a little bit more up in the air. That Varel Dream Fairy Tale finish feels a little far away now.
Well, the clock's hitting midnight pretty soon. Well, not literally, in Korea at least, but you know, with the whole Cinderella bit. At least they're going to be able to buy up in the next round, but I do wonder if you want a timeout soon or not. Because right now you're just kind of almost reacting to everything from T1.
They've only really had one gun round, so I think if you're the coach here, you probably do give Varel a couple of chances to see if they can figure it out themselves.
Okay, and they do have Zexion and Op now, but
yeah, that's a little bit different.
It's T1 towards B.
He's been struggling to have impact on this map though, and B site very
ตาย
quick
ไป
plan.
เลย
No,
ครับ
what?
Wow.
He's died to the hot hands. That's weird.
แล้วมาเอาบอมไว้จัด
Not a big deal. LP getting sent back. You're aware now that there is an op in play on the attack, but Varel have what could be their first round on the defensive half getting put together here. Zexi's with
ที่ให้ทีมไหน
all
ไป
with some
ให้
nice
ทีวัน
positioning.
ไหมครับคุณ
There's nothing happening over towards A. You don't need
ที
any
วัน
other
ก็มา
players
มัน
there.
ชนะแบบนี้ก็ไปชนะซัน
Heavy
เซ็ต
defense in towards mid, towards B, towards C.
แต่พรุ่งนี้พี่ให้ญี่ปุ่นไป2 ทีมครับ
Good
เข้า
smoke.
สักคู่น่าจะรวยแต้ม
Just as Meteor
แต่
wants
ถ้า
to try to
ไม่
get
เข้า
some
สักคู่เลย
information,
ก็
smoke blooms in his
เจอ
face
นะหายไป
now.
2 แต้มอาจจะล่วงไป
Push
สัก
into
ที่
garage
7
might be the only option left for T1, but it seems as though Varel are ready for it, prepared for it, and aware, but they still don't win the duels.
ที่ไหนมันพีคไม่
No,
สุด
that is
เพื่อนเลย
criminal.
สวยเลย
Klaus, aware that he has given away his position on the site, now still has to fight, and he does. It's Buzz that goes down. Oh,
Hey.
missed shot from Zexi. That is going to be painful. And it's all on the shoulders of Klaus to pull off a big clutch here. 25 seconds on that plant. He's got to be prepared for both these players' positions. He's been given the information. Now he just has to hit the shot.
อุ้ยเขา
Yes, Klaus. 8-8. Will go now to 9 for Varel, and they hold on to the lead. Klaus coming in as the super sub or the change up in the lineup is delivering.
Oh my god. Comes back in. Beautiful. Subbed out for Foxy9, steps back in for Cinder. And this is just amazing. Sure, they were tested quite a bit. They're a little bit reactive still with everything. But it does show they have a bit of prep work for this map, especially against T1 as well. The run it back hot hands. I don't know if that was improvised, but they quickly recognized that that's what T1 intends to do. It's a set play of T1s that they oftentimes employ. I should have recognized that earlier, but down to the retake, that was amazing. We go again. It's now Zexi in the right position. Let's see if he meets his mark. He should. Has to. Has been silent for a bit of a portion, like you mentioned.
But peek with the drone.
Now it's Meteor on an insert as well. The drone doesn't see it. If Zexi pushes up much further and thinks to hold the angle for A lobby, this could be troublesome.
He's not seen Meteor, and I don't think that he will. So Meteor could actually still get a bit of work done here on this little lurk towards A. You've got the investment over towards C. Ooh. Keeping Varel interested. I think Zexi might be dead if Meteor comes back.
Or not.
Or not. I mean, yeah, if the call is from T1 to come back over,
But
then
he needs
Zexi
to
might
shoot.
get himself one.
You can't whiff.
เรียบร้อย
Tough. It was an awkward spot for him, but Zuna
เราให้ไว
makes
จัด
amends for it by catching Meteor, who was trying to pick the pace up over towards A. Smoke's going to go into heaven. The rest of Varel starting to rotate their way through. Buzz sent back. Klaus underneath heaven, holding to see that push coming out. It's a good crossfire. T1
30 seconds.
would have been in the blender if they committed to that. So
Zuna.
it's actually a good cancel, but
30
Zuna
seconds
is getting this info.
แล้วเราดีทีวัน
And more than that, he gets a kill.
And a bit of damage against Izu too.
Oh, TP back over.
Oh,
C
they think it's
is
C.
cancelled. Plant's going to go
นี่โดนหลอก
to
ไปซีหมดเลย
Still have Foxy with the hat available, and LP comes back to check B.
10 seconds left.
It's not really going to be a body for that Cypher ult for Foxy9, but it might not be necessary. The headshots are all they need. Eventually he does get one, he gets it through, and he spots out DH. Spike's not really planted very well for him. He's going to pull it back across. That's a slightly better line. Foxy9 seems aware of the possibility. Will lose his head. Surely not. You've got to be swinging him together. Another port to try to fake it out. They have to clear him together. He's 4 HP. He does not win this, surely. Klaus again.
Wait,
What's happened?
come on.
He's got time.
Okay,
He must
I
have
was
been picking up
okay.
a rifle or something.
I got caught up in the moment. Oh my God! What a round.
10 on the board for Varel.
T1 fake onto C, back over onto B.
Great shot from Zuna, that one.
Yes. Has Hunter's Fury now as well off of that. But fantastic kills, quickly recognizing, quickly holding the positions too. And you know what? I do have to remind everyone, our talent predictions for this matchup as well. We might have just done it. Well, the W bros know it. Okay, Peril. Definitely putting T1.
แปลกๆแปลกๆบอกเลยว่าแปลกๆ
Or holds or
เหงื่อแตกมาอิสุ
position.
Oh.
Even though it was a whiff, you know, you would have liked to see him get a shot in, but the information, the whole team working around off of it, and you can really feel that they're starting to believe in themselves as well, that they can get this done 2-0. They want to hold on to this lead. And you look at the double trips outside of C as well. There's just a chamber, we can push out middle. T1 are going to be slowed down by some of the utility.
Here we go. Straight into the C site. Foxy9 is the anchor here, and he gets some assistance from Sexy as well as Klaus. That Hunter's Fury is really causing a problem. There's just nowhere to go, and T1 might be finally able to break their way in. Drone goes forward, LP not spotting anything. Has to try and creep his way in. Does get the better of Munchkin plan. As of yet, not on the floor.
Shock darts available for
Spike
Suna.
planted.
Tough though, there's a lot of angles that you've got to clear out here, but the benefit is at least they're being given a bit of space to work their way out. Meteor though, bottom along with an op is going to be a tough one to deal with. No smokes available, wall's not there either for LP. So I don't know how you win this as Varel, you just have to shoot.
One enemy remaining.
And it's not easy, these are unfavorable duels for them. LP just going to take the chance to try to walk his way down, but this is just never, ever working. Meteor will finish it off. T1 gets a 9. And they slow down Varel's victory lap, if it is even indeed to be a victory lap.
Almost. Coming off the timeout to try to pull a tricky play against T1, who just send it straight into C site. It was always going to be a tough situation, but they did make it close. Hunter's Fury, everything invested. That said, though, T1 does play it well. After getting the spike down, things cool off a bit. And cool.
They do have the again for Foxy9. He has been so impactful on these hero rifles. I think Varel are really going to give this one a crack.
Oh my god. All right. Might as well. But T1 are a team that can really switch things up as well, switching up the pace a bit now.
That's a good spot.
Feral are discouraged from taking further space, so it's somewhat reactive, but they do have a stack towards long, and that's about it.
That stack towards long might prove to be pretty useful. Meteor once again has been left up to his own devices on short, and when he got this far last time, he did call the team over.
The difference this time, though, is that no one's really up front to really delay things, and they don't really have the guns. It's all just Foxy9.
I back him, man. He's been getting 3Ks whenever you need them from him. He could do it again.
Izu Buzz rushing? I don't know. Oh,
Foxy9 crossing deeper into long. He
No
might catch
way.
Meteor here. He certainly could catch Meteor, but the kill will go the other
ลู
way.
กพี่แบบว่า
That
rifle
might be
เก็บทุ
Varel's
กเหลี่ยม
chance in the round up in
Picked.
smoke.
back up. Maybe they try to get a flank against Meteor.
Oh, overdrive from Zexy. The investment is here. Spike is going to be dropped fast lane to just create a bit of chaos. And remember, there is that flank coming through from
แล้ว
LP.
บอมแม่งไปตกข้างใน
He's got to slow it down though, because Meteor's on the line. He's fallen off of the line. All of a sudden, this becomes doable. LP in the back line. Remember, he's on for one freebie at the very least. Varel take the round out of nowhere.
2-0 ยังครับ
Absolutely
วันนี้
robbed. T1 thought they had it.
ให้เกียรติ
They
การตี
had
บี
the
ไว้
positioning. Meteor pushed all the way up. Wanted to support his team. Watch the angle towards C-Link or something. But immediately, line up with the relay bolt. Overdrive gets pushed in. Klaus on a separate angle as well makes him a tough target to hit. And in all that time, LP up from behind, run it back, has a rifle off of Foxy9's corpse. This is now more than double digits for Varel. One more is all they need for map point.
I love this from Varel. I mean, they're playing such a chaotic style.
There's
T1
Judge.
look like they want to meet them at their own game. They're going to go fast on into the side. Zexy's here with the Judge for 2, 3. The 180 flick out of nowhere. Varel are just utterly decimating T1 today.
ชอบตีบี
It
มาก
is only Meteor
ๆ ยัง
left
สนุกกับการ
alive.
ตีบีเสมอมา
And Varel are going to go to 12. They are going to have 3 series of points against T1. This is T1, by the way, that beat PaperX last week.
I see you, Jordan. Throw those papers around.
Varel didn't win a series
2-0
for 6
T1 เนี่ยนะจริงปะเนี่ย
months. And now they might go back to back in week 1 to 2.
6 months is a hell of a way to put
Yang
things
yang
into
up, OT.
perspective.
What month are we in? We're in the 7th month of the year.
I mean, Pilsky was saying like, what, 8 games, but 6 months, that's a long time, and now, whoo, you come back and you're taking down a giant like T1.
I think everybody wants to see Varel win this game. The celebration on the stage is going to be insane if they do it.
T1's broke. It's Stingers.
Okay, this is it. This is the round you have
ไม่เอา
to
สัก
do it
แต้
in.
มเลยกู
It's the best opportunity you're going to get. Foxy9 in
Yang.
position. It's shot, but does recalibrate 1 for 1. Meteor
อ้าว
catches
อ้าว
Zexy.
อ้าวมาดิ
Varel, don't let it slip.
นี่อ่ะ
They are
คิ
letting
ม
it
เท
slip.
โฮ
They had to cool their jets, but it's Meteor. What are you going to do? He's
Kim Tae-oh.
so good in this position when he's lurking up by middle, catching rotations left, right, center. The whole team now can assert themselves in the A side, get the spike, and T1 will be looking fine and dandy then. Feral do have a lot of cash to splash though, so can always give it a good shot.
ยังครับ
Push
Ah,
shots
yeah.
at a garage, maybe get a flank against Meteor. I mean, you have so much time. He should not expect it, but he does. Are they going to pass each other? No.
Enemy remaining.
Okay.
It's largely a moot point how many guns Varel
ไอ้
loses.
เขามันคงคิดอะ
A lot of
ยังอยู่
money
อีกเหร
in
อ
their back pocket, so they'll be able to reinvest next round. It's real battle to creep their way forward. T1, they need 3 rounds in a row, and they're going to be tough rounds to get through. This will be 1 out of 3.
Yeah. Great way to start, though. And as much as we're kind of, I imagine most of the fans watching back home as well are rooting for the end of stage 2. Let's keep going. T1 have so many ults now, and they can cycle these through for the next several rounds, couple of rounds. Varel needs to play it safe. So a bit more, maybe retake-centric kill trip setup towards A site. Foxy9 wants to bank off of it. The rest of the team to hold with a stack closer towards C. Mid cleared out with a drone meteor not spotted, but T1 can always cancel and re-clear back themselves. But right now, more of an intention towards this A site where it's a retake setup.
It is. Klaus can get over here pretty quickly. The rest of the guys might take a little longer. Don't really have any big impact ultis available to Varel, whereas T1 do have that run it back.
Might want to use it for the entry though.
C-site completely open for now.
Hearing
Just
noise now.
util. Get
Zexy.
that runner back. Camera should be spotting out most of the T1 players on their way up. Zexy sending Buzz back. He gets that reload bolt down, and that might actually slow things down enough that Varel can get across. Klaus, Zexy in onto the kill feed for all the right
จี
reasons, and it's
จี
over.
เลยครับ
Over. The
นี่ผมดูเลยดีใจ แล้วตบทีวันด้วยอาชีพเมนต์อันล็อก ดีใจอย่างกับได้แชมป์โอ้โหฟ็อกซี่นายกูเหลือจะเชื่อ เชี่ยเอาว่ะมองโบไม่ได้แล้ววาเร็วถือว่าเป็นผลดีกับฟูเซนครับ แต่ถ้าจะดีกว่านี้ฟูเซนชนะวันเนี้ยโอ้หายจัด นี่ถ้าตบเปเปอร์เล็กได้ในกลุ่มอีกนี่คือ ผมว่าแม่งมาจริง บอกเลยว่าแย่แล้วแต่จริงๆผมไม่ค่อยหวังขนาดนั้นครับ อย่าคาดหวังเยอะกับการที่ถ้าได้ไปก็ดีครับ แต่ตอนนี้มันหนักจริง เราไปลุ้นนี่ดีกว่าให้ได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนอะทีมที่ขึ้นว่าตัว F นำหน้า ทีมสีส้มที่ชื่อตัว F นำหน้า ใช่ครับที่ผมหมายถึงก็คือ Fnatic โอกาสฟูลเซนเข้ารอบทีครับ โอ้โหเอาจริงนะเว้ยมันก็หวังได้แหละ แต่เวลามันแพ้มันเซ็งเว้ยมันเพราะนั้นเรามองแบบว่ามองไปแบบ โอเคทำให้ดีที่สุด อย่าไปหวังเยอะครับเดี๋ยวแล้วถ้าเราหวังสุดเราจะแบบเซ็งเฮียเลย เป๊ปเจอ DFM เนี่ย คู่ตารางทายผลนะผมวันนี้เละเทะจัดอะไรวะ งงวะไม่ควรจะเกิดขึ้นเนี่ย ดูตารางทายผลผมดิคู่ดูคนทายผิดคู่ฟูลเซน53 คนอ่ะ คิดดูดิแชททายถูกกัน5 คนอ่ะ แต่ยังดีนะไม่กระทบหัวตารางเท่าไหร่ เพราะว่าหัวตารางบนไม่ค่อยสวนอยู่แล้วครับ ไม่ค่อยสวนเนี่ยมีคนนี้สวนมาแล้วแต้มมาอยู่อันดับ3แล้ว แล้วคู่นี้ต้องดูคนสวนทีวันคนสวนทีวันแต้มน่าจะพุ่งอ่ะเอาง่ายถ้าเกิดอยู่อันดับประมาณเนี้ยสวนทีวันอ่ะ แต้มน่าจะมาเบียดท็อปนี่เลยเผื่อขึ้น1แล้วมั้งเนี่ยวันนี้ให้นี่ไปครับเฮเลติกจริง EF น่าสนใจครับ แต้มดี แต่เฮเลติกมันคู่นี้แม่ง50 จริงนะ55แล้วกันให้เฮเลติก55นาวีเจนเทนเมดตอนนี้นาวีฟอร์มดีจัดเลยครับ แต่ถึงแม้มันจะแพ้มาแต่มันเล่นดูสเตเบิลมาก มันนิ่งมันนิ่งกับเจนเทนเมดที่ทีมมันค่อนข้างกำลังจะนิ่ง ให้นาวีไปก่อนครับ แต้มสูสีRQ เซต้าผมเอาเซต้าก่อนเลย RQ ตอนเนี้ย ดูดิ แม่งน่าสวนที่สุดแล้ว เพราะว่า RQ มันสะบักสะบอมจัดเลย มันยังหาตัวตนไม่เจอเลยจะเอาม่อนหรือจะเอาไอซานลงเซต้าเล่นดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับ ไม่ได้เล่นแย่ตอนเนี้ย ดีกว่าตอนสเตจ1ก็เลยให้เซต้าไปครับ ได้ลุ้นคู่นี้ได้ลุ้นเซต้านะไม่ผมไม่ได้ไอ้นี่มั่วๆส่วนเปเปอร์เล็กเนี้ยผม6 แต้มเนี่ยแม่งหิวจัดเลยเปเปอร์เล็กถ้าทายถูกมันได้แค่แต้มเดียวไง ก็เลยทาย DFM ไปครับ เผื่อฟุกชนะอะไรอย่างงี้ ดูคนทายผิดดิ54คนไหนดูคนทายถูกเอ้ยชิบหายแล้วตารางแตกครับ ตกก็ยังยังมันยังไม่รีเฟรชนี่หว่ารีเฟรชดิเฟรชยังโอ้โฮเหมียวจ้ากลับมาที่5แล้วเอาเรื่องกี่แต้มนะ Valorant เนี่ย4แต้มโอ้โฮคะแนนพุ่งมาแบบว่าดูดิไหนวะอันดับคะแนนแบบพุ่งพล่านมากนี่ถ้าผมทายถูกนี่ผมขึ้นที่1เลยเนี่ยเดี๋ยวท็อป30จะมีสุ่มแจกเสื้อตัวหนึ่งนะครับท็อป30นะอันนี้สุ่มแจกนะครับส่วนที่1อาจจะมีของให้อยู่แล้วอีกรางวัลหนึ่งเดี๋ยวคิดก่อนยังไม่รู้อะ พรุ่งนี้มีคนโหยคะแนนแน่ผมเอาคนหนึ่งแล้ว คือญี่ปุ่น2 คู่อะที่ฟอร์มก็ไม่ได้แย่ขนาดนั้นอะก็ได้ลุ้นไงเซต้าได้ลุ้นจริงนะเว้ย RQ มันสะบักสะบอมอะอันนี้ผมทำ Discord ใหม่ไว้ด้วยนะ เดี๋ยวเป็น Discord สำหรับสมาชิกนะ เป็นเมมเบอร์ คือผมรู้สึกว่า ตอนเนี้ยเมมเบอร์มันขึ้นราคาไง คือเมื่อก่อนมัน20 บาทใช่ป่ะ ตอนนี้มันเป็น50 บาท ผมก็เลยแบบอยากหาอะไรให้แชทได้บ้างก็เลยทำ Discord ขึ้นมาเป็น Discord เมมเบอร์อันใหม่นะเดี๋ยวอันเก่าจะยุบทิ้งแล้ว แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเอาเอไอมาลงครับ ประมาณว่าแชทเอไอใช้ฟรีอะประมาณนั้นอะก็ใช้ใน Discord ไป ใช้ทำอะไรก็ได้ การเรียนการสอนอะไรก็ได้ ใช้ทำอะไรก็ทำเลย มีเครื่องว่างอยู่ก็เลยเอาไปเปิดขำๆไป น้องไม่ได้ลงมาหลายวันแล้ว จาก60กว่า ตอนนี้30นิดๆแล้วหมายถึงแต้มเหรอหรือไรมัน reset อะดิ reset ทุกทัวร์ นี่สเตจ2เก็บใหม่ครับ เจอกันครับ ขออนุญาตลงก่อน เดี๋ยวไม่รู้ว่า2 ทุ่มจะมาเล่นอะไรไหมแต่น่าจะไม่มีมั้งขอตัวไปพักผ่อนก่อนนะครับ อาจจะมานะอาจจะมาถ้ามีอะไรทำ ขอบคุณครับทุกคน เจอกันครับ พรุ่งนี้นะ เจอกันพรุ่งนี้นะ